There's been a new barrage of Israeli airstrikes in Beirut, with explosions rocking the city's southern suburbs into the early hours of Sunday morning. Israel's military had earlier told some residents in the southern suburb of Dahia to leave. Multiple strikes on the area have caused extensive damage in recent days. Large plumes of smoke were visible after an attack close to Beirut airport. Let's go to Beirut. That's where Laura Khan standing by. Tell us about these latest strikes. There have been several more in just the last few hours.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Actually, there was one in Dahia just a couple of minutes ago. Another one we heard was in a place called Hat Harak, again in the southern suburbs. And this happened about 45 minutes ago. It was very loud from where I was standing. It made everyone jump immediately. So these sounds really echoing around these buildings, quite terrifying for residents who have all fled to central Beirut here. Now, the Israelis have been issuing warnings on social media in Arabic for residents to leave these areas and say they're about to bomb them. But a lot of residents are saying that they say they'll bomb one building and then they bomb another one. There's little trust in what they're doing. They also tell residents to stand about 500 meters away. But I mean, you saw on your TVs that those huge explosions taking place. Many people don't trust that 500 meters is even enough to stand. I mean, as I said, I was standing a few kilometers away, and it was incredibly loud from here. So, of course, very frightening. Now, these southern suburbs were extremely packed, full of people, very high population count. And in the last 2 weeks, these have all but emptied. So there's very, very few people left there. And as I said, many of them are flowing into central Beirut, where I am.
And Laura, the UN is saying there could be up to more than 1.2 million people, just like the ones you've described, people displaced. How are they coping? All right, it seems we have lost Laura for just a moment, but she was updating us there on the situation in Beirut as there continues to be airstrikes. This is more of what has been happening in Beirut. Israel's year-long war in Gaza, it's captured the world's attention with more than 1 million people displaced, over 41,000 killed, much of the strip lying in ruins. But during that time, hostilities on Israel's northern border with the Lebanese group Hezbollah have increased, and they've now spilled over into full-blown conflict. Laura Khan is in Beirut, as we saw there, and she's taken a look back at the decades of cross-border tensions between Hezbollah and Israel.
Hezbollah has been considered a formidable and sometimes controversial fighting force operating in Lebanon for decades. But it would be Israel's war on Gaza and subsequent operations in Lebanon that would test the fighting group and create a dangerous moment for Lebanon and the Middle East. The conflict between Hezbollah and Israel stretches back nearly half a century. And an important year was 1982. This is when Israel invaded Lebanon, rolling in tanks across the border and putting boots on the ground. At this point, a civil war had already been raging in Lebanon for years. This had followed cross-border attacks between the Palestinian Liberation Organization, or PLO, and the Israeli army. The Israelis occupied southern Lebanon all the way to Beirut. The PLO were forced out, but Israel stayed and would contribute to massacres. Over 2 days in September, Lebanese militia backed by the Israeli army killed between 2,000 and 3,500 people in Palestinian refugee camps of Sabra and Shatila in Beirut. The bloodshed caused international outrage. At around this time, Hezbollah began to form as it attracted disaffected youths from marginalized areas. With support from Iran, it would become a formidable power. Over the years, Israel suffered casualties from attacks by resistance groups, Hezbollah among them, and then they withdrew south. At around this time, Israel was stuck in a military quagmire. After 18 years in Lebanon, it finally withdrew forces in 2000. Hezbollah turned its attention to politics, winning its first seats in Lebanon's parliament in 1992. Hassan Nasrallah took the helm and maintained strong ties with Iran. For years, there were various cross-border attacks between Hezbollah and Israel, but 2006 would mark a major escalation. Hezbollah killed 3 Israeli soldiers in an ambush and took 2 captive. Israel sent troops and tanks over the border with the intention of ousting Hezbollah. A 34-day war ensued. This ended with a UN Security Council resolution 1701, which called for the cessation of hostilities and buffer zone free of arms and fighters outside the Lebanese state control. But over the next few years, Israel and Hezbollah accuse each other of continued violations. Israel accused Hezbollah of digging tunnels and maintaining a presence there, and Israel was accused of continuously violating airspace. On October the 8th, Israel invaded Gaza in response to Hamas and other fighting groups' incursion into Israel a day before. Hezbollah responded immediately, renewing border attacks on Israel that would be ongoing in tit-for-tat exchanges for months.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff.
Mama!
Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Damaged or destroyed and 1.2 million people displaced. Laura Khan for Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Well, earlier, Lebanese security sources told Al Jazeera that Hezbollah have lost contact with the chairman of its executive council, Hashim Safieddine. Israeli media reported he was the target of intense bombardment of Dahya in the early hours of Friday. Safieddin's been seen as a possible successor to Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah, and he was killed last week. Now, Israel's followed through with its pledges to kill senior members of Hezbollah and Hamas. It's assassinated several people on Lebanese soil. In January, a drone strike on Hamas offices in southern Beirut killed Saleh al-Haruri. He was a founding member of the group's military wing. In July, Israel claimed responsibility for killing Fuad Shukr, Hezbollah's chief of staff and a senior advisor to its leader. And last month, Ibrahim Akil was killed. He was a senior commander of Hezbollah's elite Radwan force, tasked with infiltrating Israeli territory. On September 27th, the heaviest Israeli bombardment of Lebanon since 2006 killed Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. And a few days later, Israeli airstrikes on the city of Tyre killed Hamas leader in Lebanon, Fatah Sharif. Israeli media are reporting more than 110 missiles have been fired from Lebanon into northern Israel since Friday morning. At least 25 people have been killed, and that's according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. 3 people were reported injured in Deir al-Assad in northern Israel after a barrage of rockets were fired from Lebanon. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's again vowed to respond to Iran's missile attack that happened on Tuesday. Almost 200 missiles were fired from Iran into Israel. Most of them were intercepted, but some hit 2 air bases and areas around the headquarters of the Israeli intelligence agency Mossad in Tel Aviv. Let's bring in Mohammed Jamjoom. He's in Amman, that's Jordan's capital, and that's because the Israeli government's banned Al Jazeera from reporting in Israel. Mohammed, we understand that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he's spoken. Has he said anything new about what Israel plans to do, how it plans to respond to Iran?
So, Famida, when the Prime Minister spoke, he did not offer any specifics with regards to what the Israelis may target when it comes to retaliatory strikes they plan to carry out on Iran, or when exactly that would happen. But what we did hear from the Prime Minister, which has been echoed from a lot of other political leaders in Israel the past few days, is this tone of defiance, is this insistence that Israel is going to strike back against Iran, that it will be a time of their choosing, and that it will be a severe and a very strong strike. Let's take a listen to more of what Netanyahu had to say when he delivered those remarks.
Iran has already twice launched hundreds of missiles on our land and on our cities in one of the largest ballistic missile attacks in history. No country in the world would tolerate such an assault on its cities and civilians, and neither will the State of Israel. Israel has the obligation and the right to defend itself and to respond to these attacks, and that is what we will do.
We should also mention, Famida, that it wasn't just defiance that we were hearing here from Netanyahu. We were also hearing him respond to calls from certain world leaders to try and de-escalate the situation. Now, one in particular he was responding to is French President Emmanuel Macron, who on Saturday had suggested that perhaps countries that are providing arms to Israel should stop doing so, at least in the short term, so that would put political pressure on Israel to try to enter into a ceasefire. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu responded directly to that, saying, "Shame on you," to Macron, and also addressing any other Western countries that may want Israel to try and de-escalate by imposing some kind of an arms embargo. He said that Israel was going to go ahead and win this war with or without their help. Famida?
Mohammed Jamjoom, thank you once again for that update. Mohammed is in Amman in Jordan because Al Jazeera has been banned by the Israeli government from broadcasting from there. Well, several people have been killed and injured in Israeli airstrike on a mosque in Dar al-Bala in central Gaza. It was sheltering displaced Palestinians near the Al-Aqsa hospital. At least 37 Palestinians have been killed across Gaza since Saturday morning, and several of those have been killed in and around Jabalia and Beit Lahia in the north. Tarek Abu Azoum now reports from Dar al-Bala in central Gaza.
Since the early hours of this morning, there has been a wide intensification of aerial and land attacks on very densely populated areas in the central and in the northern part of Gaza, amid new evacuation orders being passed to residents in Jabalia, Beit Hanun in the north of Gaza, alongside to Nusayrat and Al-Bureij refugee camp in the central areas. Now, these sorts of evacuation orders have been given to people throughout leaflets and phone calls, where it has been also accompanied by a very intense military activities by the fighter jets, which had been hammering very crowded residential buildings across Gaza, especially that the vast majority of people who were killed today were innocent civilians amid no sort of respite for the Israeli attacks on Gaza. Now, the families that have been told by the army to flee, they are heading to Deir al-Balah and to Al-Mawasi without having enough amount of humanitarian resources.
Demonstrations are being held around the world calling for an end to Israel's war in Gaza. It's been raging for almost a year now. Thousands of people have marched across a number of U.S. cities, including New York. Anti-Israel protests there were organized by university students. Activists from the Palestinian Youth Movement also rallied in front of the White House in Washington, D.C. There have been similar scenes in the French capital. An estimated 2,000 people gathered at solidarity protests in Paris. They called for a ceasefire in both Gaza and Lebanon. Earlier, French President Emmanuel Macron said Western arms deliveries to Israel should be halted. France is not providing weapons to Israel. In South Africa, thousands of people marched through the streets of Cape Town. They want Parliament to implement what's known as the Apartheid Bill, to hold institutions accountable for human rights violations. It provides a legal framework for South Africa to impose boycotts and sanctions on Israel. Separate rallies have been held in Berlin by groups supporting Palestine and Israel. The demonstrators in support of Israel denounce what they say is growing anti-Semitism. Step Vassen has more from Berlin.
Hundreds of people here in the city center of Berlin showing their support for Israel. It's one of the events here in Germany this weekend commemorating the Hamas attack on October 7 in Israel. And this is a group from anti-fascist groups, left-wing groups, who are accusing others who are now on the streets as well in different parts of the city, who are in support of Gaza, in support of Palestine, of being anti-Semitic. This is because in Germany the definition of anti-Semitism is pretty wide, and it also can include any criticism, any attacks on the state of Israel. So what we've seen here in the past year is quite a crackdown by police on any protesters who are coming out in support of Gaza, in support of Palestine. People have been arrested, have been beaten, and also have even lost their jobs. It shows here that the situation is very polarized. So what's happening in the Middle East is basically also being played out here on the streets. In Berlin earlier we saw a small incident in which both groups, pro-Palestine, pro-Israel, actually met each other, and there was a small clash. But so far the situation is tense, but still quiet, under control. Step fast, Al Jazeera, Berlin.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera. Vaccinations against mpox begin in Democratic Republic of Congo in an effort to curb an outbreak that spread to other parts of Africa. And as China prepares for what could be a record-breaking holiday period, we look at why Golden Week may not be as lucrative as some hope.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
How do you see the educational system in Gaza?
Informed opinions.
The Israelis have a very high skill in killing civilians.
Critical debate.
What's happened to Al Jazeera now has to be seen in the context of a whole raft of measures that Israel has been taking against journalists.
Inside story.
What is Israel trying to achieve in Lebanon? Is there a strategy here?
On Al Jazeera.
One of the deadliest conflicts of the 21st century.
Nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people.
365 days of genocide in Gaza. 365 days of unrelenting Israeli bombardment. In a week of special reports, Al Jazeera marks 1 year of genocide in Gaza.
With Americans more divided than ever, are we watching the end of the American era? The U.S. wants to keep the war in Ukraine going until Russia's will is broken, but is that strategy working? What if there is no day after in Israel's war on Gaza?
A quizzical look at U.S. politics, the bottom line.
Watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of our top stories this hour. There have been a series of large explosions in the Lebanese capital following Israeli airstrikes over the past few hours. Some residents in Beirut's southern suburb of Dahia had earlier been told to leave, and that was by the Israeli military. The strikes have caused extensive damage. At least 16 Palestinians have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a mosque in Dar al-Bala in central Gaza. It was sheltering displaced people near Al-Aqsa Hospital. At least 49 Palestinians have been killed across Gaza since Saturday morning. Demonstrations are being held around the world ahead of the 1-year mark since Israel launched its war on Gaza. Thousands of university students in the US have marched on the streets of New York. Now on to some other world news. Former US President Donald Trump held a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. That's the town where he survived an assassination attempt nearly 3 months ago. Vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance spoke ahead of Trump, criticizing Democrats for calling Trump a threat to democracy. Billionaire Elon Musk was also present.
So 12 weeks ago, we all took a bullet for America, and all we are all asking is that everyone goes out and votes. We got to win. We can't let this happen to our country. We can't take another 4 years like this. We won't have a country left. We're not going to have a country left. And all of this will be for nothing if you don't get out and vote.
Well, John Hendren's joining us now from Trump's rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. John, 3 months later, Donald Trump returns to Butler. What message is his campaign trying to send by bringing him back to where he was shot?
That's right. Donald Trump began his address today with a joke. He said, "As I was saying." That's a reference to the fact that the last time he was here on July 13th, he was interrupted by a gunman's bullets, and they nicked his ear and shot down the speech, of course. But he returned here in order to burnish that image. If you look around me at all these merchandise stands, you won't be able to see them in the dark, but there are many shirts with him holding his fist up that say, "Fight, fight, fight." And that's the image the Trump campaign wants to be out there. They want to present him as a hero. They want to present an aura of invincibility, and they want to burnish that image of that day. And the reason they want to do that is they're at a tie with Kamala Harris, the Democratic vice president, who's running against him, all across the country and in those 7 key swing states. Sometimes some polls show one up a little, one down, but they're basically tied all across the country. And Kamala Harris has had this surge of momentum ever since she was named as the presidential candidate. Then she had her speech at the debate against Donald Trump. So she's had a bump, he hasn't, and they're trying to move the needle.
And John, understandably, ahead of this rally and during it, security has been heightened to keep not only Donald Trump, but also his supporters safe.
That's right. This was very different than the first rally. Of course, after the first Butler rally, the head of the Secret Service stepped down. A number of people were taken off of their duties temporarily, and the Secret Service was really lambasted in front of Congress. What's happened here now is that Trump has been given an elevated level of protection that is closer to what the sitting president and vice president get. He was standing behind bulletproof glass when he spoke, normally not something that happens. At all these buildings, there was a visible presence of snipers on top of the buildings, where, of course, last time you did have an anti-MAGA sniper aim at the president, kill one person and injure 2 others. But the level of protection was very high, both up on the buildings, on horseback, and down here on the ground.
All right, John Hendren in Butler, Pennsylvania. Thanks very much for that. A vaccination campaign against Mpox is underway in Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The city's been hit the hardest by an outbreak. The disease has killed almost 1,000 people in DRC since the start of the year. Alan Wakani has more from Goma.
The vaccine against Mpox was officially launched today by the DRC officials here in the province of North Kivu, mainly in the town of Goma, here in the presence of different partners, those who are involved directly in this vaccination campaign, including the WHO. Only for this province of North Kivu, authorities are expecting to administer vaccine on more than 48,000 people, mainly people coming from the IDPs. These are the most vulnerable people we have here since the virus was detected here in this area. Then they will have to start tomorrow also in the other side of South Kivu, where some severe cases have been recorded for the last January up to now. Almost the country now is recording around 30,000 cases with 900 death cases across the country. The challenge remains right now for the fact that children are not concerned for this first step of the vaccination, while they are the one representing almost 70% of people under the treatment and even among the death cases. But officials say they are also expecting another vaccine from Japan. That is the vaccine which might probably be given to children. But this is the main concern among the community here, because even women or the parents, those who have been affected by the virus, they were mostly affected through their children. Like the case here in the camp, for example, majority of the people are living under the same shelters in a very dire condition, 20 people, 15 people, and then they are obliged to keep all those in the same places, and mainly children with their parents. But these are not people that will be concerned by this vaccination. But authorities are assuring that at least this step will help to stop the spreading of the virus within the community while they're waiting for another vaccine to arrive from other partners. Alan Waikani, Al Jazeera, Goma, the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Well, China's week-long national holiday is expected to break pre-pandemic records for domestic travel. But as Tony Cheng now reports, many tourists will be doing it on a budget.
What better way to celebrate China's national holiday than a trip to the Great Wall? Tens of thousands of domestic tourists climb up the steep walkways at Badaling. But while everyone is still keen to enjoy the week-long vacation, the buzzword this year is low cost.
The economy is not good. It's even harder for me to make money, so I'm spending less.
Yes, I want to save money. Even though we're traveling, I'm booking cheaper flights, cheaper hotels, and doing less shopping.
The Bank of China delivered an early holiday gift at the end of last month. Stimulus measures, including funding and interest rate cuts to boost business and consumer spending. China's markets reacted positively. In the days leading up to October the 1st, they rose 20%, the biggest jump in 16 years. But long-term concerns remain regarding the slowdown of economic growth and a faltering real estate market with debts of more than $7 trillion.
The road ahead will not be smooth. There will definitely be difficulties and obstacles, and we may encounter major tests such as high winds and rough seas, or even stormy waves.
Some of those waves have already hit. The renewal of trade tariffs on products like Chinese electric vehicles by the United States and other major trading blocs points to slowing exports. And bullish talk about relying on domestic strength may not be enough.
The Great Wall was built to keep China protected from the outside world. Today, however, China is a fundamental part of the global economy and can't afford to keep itself isolated.
But this holiday is about celebrating the achievements of the last 75 years. And many see the stock market boost as the first steps back to recovery. Tony Cheng, Al Jazeera, on the Great Wall of China.
Well, that's it for me, Famida Miller. Weather's next, followed by Inside Story. I'll be back at the top of the hour.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Moon is in its retreat. It will edge further south over the next few days, so we've got drier skies. Yes, a few showers here and there, but not as wet as what we're seeing further south. We've got some heavy falls to come across the west coast of India on Sunday. For places like Kerala, we will see some heavy rain. Sri Lanka as well, and the Maldives. Some wetter weather as well, thanks to an area of low pressure, will continue to fall. That rain in Bangladesh, the northeast of India, and Bhutan. We'll also see the development of some showers creeping across Afghanistan and starting to drip into western parts of Pakistan on Monday. Now, as we move to East Asia, it is a very wet picture here for much of China. Certainly that east coast seeing some very heavy rain. That's the remnants of a typhoon. Now, that will join up with a band moving further south from northern parts of China to bring some very heavy rain across into Japan. We could see some flooding from that rain, but behind it, drier skies with lots of sunshine for the Korean Peninsula and China.
Get ready for a sensational celebration inspired by you, with flavors that taste just like home and smells that'll have even your abuela dancing. But these treats are not just for your mouth, but your eyes too, with live artists at Disney Springs. Plus, music that'll get you up and dancing. Celebrate Hispanic and Latin American cultures at Walt Disney World Resort from September 15th to October 15th.
On Al Jazeera.
Lebanon is again under attack as Israel wages war against the country's dominant political and military force, Hezbollah. But the conflict is also bringing pressure to change Lebanon's fragmented political system. So who is looking for that change and what might it mean? This is Inside Story.
When you're starting a small business, the last thing you want to think about is legal issues. I heard about LegalZoom through my husband, who's an attorney. LegalZoom filed our LLC paperwork, and we didn't have to think about it again. We wanted that extra protection, and LegalZoom was the fastest and easiest way to do that.
Hello, welcome to the program. I'm Hashim Ahbarra. Lebanon is again under attack from Israel, something the country has endured repeatedly at the hands of its neighbor for decades. Although its primary target is Hezbollah, Israel's attacks have been indiscriminate, killing civilians and medical workers just as it has done in Gaza. The chaos of war has also brought pressure from within and outside Lebanon for changes to its political system. It has a complicated framework, in part a legacy of the French colonial presence, and also reflecting the diversity of Lebanon's religious and political groups. The system is broadly designed to ensure no grouping has overall control and has led to a state of relative political paralysis, with no president for the past 2 years. Hezbollah is the biggest and dominant political and military force, but it's been hit hard in recent Israeli attacks, including the assassination of its leader Hassan Nasrallah. The US and others have been quick to call for changes and the appointment of a president by parliament. So what does all this mean for Lebanon and the outside world? We'll hear from our guests shortly, but first, this report from Alexandra Byers.
It's been nearly 2 weeks since Israel launched its offensive on Hezbollah in Lebanon, killing more than 1,000 people, including many women and children. Hezbollah's leadership has taken a massive blow. Its leader, Hassan Nasrallah, assassinated in airstrikes in Beirut, along with other top commanders. For the Lebanese people, after years of instability, the devastation is unbearable. But for others, it's a chance for a significant shift in political power in the country.
We want to see a diplomatic resolution, but we do want to see Hezbollah's capabilities degraded.
Lebanon hasn't had a president or functioning cabinet for 2 years, with Hezbollah largely blamed for the holdup. The complicated political system is based on power sharing between the country's religious sects. The prime minister must be Sunni Muslim, the speaker Shia, and the president Christian. Getting a majority vote depends on rival factions creating strategic alliances, and Hezbollah has long insisted the post of president must go to one of its allies.
We have made clear for some time that we think the Lebanese government needs to overcome the dysfunction in the system. One of the primary instigators of that dysfunction being the Hezbollah veto over who the next president would be and elect a president.
The last week has seen a string of diplomats visiting the country, including from France and Iran. Western and regional powers all have vested interests in who holds power in Lebanon. That's often seen as an indicator of change in politics in the Middle East. Reeling from Israel's assaults, there are also new indications of flexibility when it comes to who may be president. The Speaker of Parliament, a key Hezbollah ally, has said he supports a president who is not a challenge to anyone. And the Prime Minister is calling for the election as soon as possible of a new president who represents all Lebanese.
A consensual president for the Republic who reassures everyone and dispels their various concerns so that we can reformulate our national priorities in our constitutional institutions that guarantee the participation of everyone's rights, especially in stopping the Israeli aggression and taking the path of economic and social reform and rescue.
One candidate, supported by France and the US, is the commander of the Lebanese Armed Forces, General Joseph Aoun. The Lebanese army could play a significant role in any ceasefire with Israel, potentially displacing Hezbollah from long-held territory in the south. That would upend nearly 2 decades of the group's political and territorial control and usher Lebanon into an uncharted future. Alexandra Byers, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Let's bring in our guests in Beirut, Hala Jaber, journalist and author of books on Iraq and Lebanon, including Hezbollah, Born with a Vengeance, in Paris. Nadim Houri, executive director at Arab Reform Initiative and former director of Human Rights Watch. And in Beirut, David Wood, senior analyst with International Crisis Group. Welcome to the program. Hala, Is there a consensus across the board in Lebanon that it's about time to break the deadlock over the election of a Lebanese president?
I think at the moment, Lebanon, or at least a large section of Lebanon, is quite occupied with the Israeli offensive, the illegal offensive that it's conducting in Lebanon. I don't think at the moment the mood is quite with the elections or who comes as president, albeit I'm sure the politicians have been in discussions, because we've had emissaries from the United States and elsewhere who are coming to discuss these points. In fact, they're coming with dictums, if you want, to say to Lebanon that this is the time for a president to be elected, and also to try and impose a particular name that might suit both the U.S. and the Israeli entity, in effect, to pose a president on Lebanon.
Nadim, what do you think is the problem here? Is it the fact that people are saying we should not be moving towards having a president when the country faces more uncertainty amid the war that is happening? Or is it the fact that the key political players are afraid to move forward towards that decision that could change the political landscape in Lebanon?
Look, I think the first thing to realize is it's not the election of the president that will change things in Lebanon. Usually the election of presidents in Lebanon is a reflection of the political moment. I think clearly, yes, Lebanon needs functioning governance at this stage. We need a president. We actually need a functioning government. There are over 1 million displaced. The state has been largely absent. But I don't think we're going to be able to have a president until there is some clarity about not only where Lebanon is going, but also where the region is going. Because ultimately, the choice of the president will depend on, and that's how it's been, frankly, for decades, the power play between the different parties. And I think this is still not completely settled at this stage.
Okay. David, I mean, it's quite obvious that as far as the Americans in particular are concerned, the French, also the Europeans, whatever architecture they have in mind for the region and Lebanon in particular, when it comes to the ceasefire agreement, deployment of the army to the south, they don't trust the political establishment, they trust the army. And this explains why they want to see a president in place. What would it take Hezbollah to say finally, after almost 2 years, it's about time to say we need a president?
So I think it's important to emphasize that there's been a deadlock in Lebanon over this issue, and Hezbollah and its allies have participated in that. But equally, on the other side of the parliament, there's been a reluctance to compromise as well. So while the need for a compromise over a presidential candidate is clear, it's also worth remembering that it's not obvious, to me at least, exactly how external actors such as the United States would be able to, in effect, compel Hezbollah to compromise and stand down and potentially allow the election of a president that's not favorable to Hezbollah. I mean, Hezbollah has legitimate representation that it won through elections in the parliament, along with its allies, and has sufficient votes to block the election of a president against its wishes. It also has ministers in the government, which, and through all state institutions, which could also be used to prevent any other attempts to degrade Hezbollah's political power. So the only other options, it would seem, in that sort of scenario is to use military force to coerce Hezbollah to stand down and potentially even to disarm. The risk, of course, with that is that Hezbollah would not take this lying down and would almost certainly react violently. So in this case, it's not even clear to me how the United States and Israel and anybody else interested in this actually plans to achieve this degradation of Hezbollah's political power.
Hala, although largely ceremonial in Lebanon, the president appoints the cabinet, influences foreign policy, has a say over other issues, and also presides over the Supreme Defense Council. Is this the reason why people are reluctant to, at this particular moment, to say we should have a consensus over a candidate who's going to lead Lebanon through these extremely challenging and difficult time for the region and the country?
I mean, look, the issue or the problem of the president, having a president, did not start now with the Israeli offensive over Lebanon. This, like you said, this has been an issue that's been ongoing for the last 2 years. And like your previous guest said, the blame should not just be laid at the doorstep of Hezbollah, as it's the only one that is blocking the election of or the appointment of a president. There are two sides to the story. Each one is quite entrenched in its position as to who they see fit. As far as Hezbollah is concerned, obviously Hezbollah is not interested in having a president in Lebanon that is going to be a representative or a voice for the Israelis and the Americans. The Americans are trying now to wield in this, but the problem is the Americans are no longer seen as a neutral player or party where Hezbollah or Lebanon, and when I say Hezbollah, I don't just mean Hezbollah and its allies, and you're talking a large section of the population. They don't see the U.S. as a neutral political party that can actually, that is looking out for the Lebanese interest rather than the Israeli interest in Lebanon. It's not that Hezbollah does not want a president. The problem is who becomes a president. You have one section that doesn't mind having a president that is more aligned, and that's what the Americans want, someone who's more aligned to American politics and therefore also definitely to Israeli politics. And you have Hezbollah that is definitely adamant against this, whereas they want someone who is a bit more aligned to them, because one of the demands is for Hezbollah, for example, to disarm. Hezbollah, again, is not against, let's say, 1701, which calls for the military, meaning the Lebanese army, to take over South Lebanon. What Hezbollah is against is 1701 stipulates that the military goes to South Lebanon and protects the border or stands at the border, but it also stipulates that the Israelis totally withdraw from whatever territories are still occupied. Furthermore, we have Israelis basically breaching Lebanese sovereignty every single day by whether it's drones or warplanes. Now, Amos Hochstein was in Lebanon recently, and part of his discussion with the Speaker of Parliament, Nabih Berri, and with the leader of the Druze community, Walid Jumblat, one of the things they said is, okay, so if we have the Lebanese army on the border, if everybody follows with the 1701, and there are elections where someone is a candidate is agreeable by everyone, what about the drones and the warplanes that are continuously breaching Lebanese skies? No, just a second. Amos Hochstein was to say that this will continue no matter what, because this is part and parcel of Israel's national security. So we already have a problem. So this is not going to be accepted.
Okay, Nadim, Hezbollah has been using its leverage in the past to block the election of any candidate perceived to be not sympathetic with the group, its political agenda, and the key regional backers of Hezbollah, to the point where they said, if it's not Sleiman Farjia, therefore there will be no president. But Hezbollah today is not Hezbollah of the last few months. Many things have changed. Its political leadership has been decimated, its top military commanders killed over the last few weeks. Do you think that Hezbollah will be now prone to some sort of political compromise to be able to move forward?
I think at the current moment, no. I mean, first of all, who's actually leading Hezbollah today? And obviously their priorities are different. You're right in what you're saying, and I agree with Hella that obviously the responsibility for the vacuum is not just solely on Hezbollah, but I want to add two things here. Hezbollah bears a huge part of the responsibility, and not just for the lack of election of president. In 2019, huge parts of the Lebanese population wanted to really reform the system to have more accountability. Our corrupt oligarchs were all weakened, and who stood and acted like the Republican Guard for the regime in Lebanon? It was Hezbollah. Who really prevented the investigator in Lebanon to look into the port explosion? It was Hezbollah. So this issue, I mean, that's sort of the dilemma we find ourselves today in. Hezbollah has actually been using its veto power, frankly, since 2006 and de facto since 2008. But at the same time, it doesn't want to take the full responsibility of governing, and yet it's preventing anyone from governing or building a state. And I think the only way forward is not to go back to the old, like, oh, how do we power share between Jumblat, Nabih Berri, Miati, potentially another Hariri, and so forth, is how can we move towards a different style of governance, which is what the vast majority of the Lebanese want. And the only way to do that is to actually have an effective army that is responsible for protecting the borders. That's not, I'm not naive to think this is going to happen overnight. I'm not naive that somehow Hezbollah is going to give up its weapons. But this idea that Lebanon can somehow continue to exist with two parallel states, with actually Hezbollah today being much more powerful than the Lebanese state, is impossible. Now today, yes, Hezbollah is weakened, but it's still probably the most powerful party in Lebanon. It's still definitely the one that is most armed. And so this is, it's a multiple equation, and we need to be very careful in Lebanon about how we sequence things. The vast majority of the Lebanese do not want any further civil war. The vast majority of the Lebanese have no desire to see Israel dictate who leads them. But I would actually argue also the majority of the Lebanese do not want to go back to feeling that Hezbollah is the one that decides when we go to war, when we have peace, when we have a president, when we can have an investigation. Is Hezbollah at a moment willing to accept compromises? Is it willing to re-enter in good faith in negotiations with other Lebanese parties? That's the big question. And I think we probably wouldn't know the answer until a few weeks from now.
Okay, David, this is a complicated political landscape. Lebanon has this long history of political sectarian divide. You have a constitution that dates back to the French mandate. Then you have the Taif Agreement of 1989, which put an end to the 15-year-long civil war. There's been a divide along the March 8th movement and March 14th alliance. The lines were blurred back in 2016 and then back in 2018 and 2022. Are we likely to see the same key players back, like Saad al-Hariri's, Jaja, Walid Jumbulat, Hezbollah, Aoun, together for Lebanon to move forward and for Lebanon to agree on how to navigate this way?
So I completely agree with what Nadim said, which is that the system, the political and economic order in Lebanon that led the country to this point where even before the war, it was enduring an unprecedented and untreated economic crisis for 4 years. Now it's 5 years in, another year lost of working on that. Clearly the system has to change. But I think also, as Nadim adverted to in his response, we need to also realize this is an incredibly sensitive time. Now, the same actors are still in place, and it's understandable that people are skeptical that these same sectarian leaders would be willing to reform a system which, while it's failed, the majority of Lebanese has served their own selfish interests very well. At the same time, I actually do think that the kind of massive event which could potentially push these political and financial elites in Lebanon as well to reach a compromise on a president, to form a new government, and then to start actually tackling the economic crisis could be the end of this war. So there are several political actors who are opposed to Hezbollah who have avoided making incendiary public statements up until now, but privately are probably having thoughts about wanting to see where the chips will lie at the end of the conflict and then to go into negotiations to discuss a new power balance in Lebanon. But I think that these sorts of discussions are not to be held now, when Hezbollah's leadership has been decimated, at a time when its supporters are traumatized, and when there's also other tensions running through the country related to the ongoing war, obviously, this crisis of the displaced and so on. So while these are very important questions, now is absolutely not the time to be raising them.
Hala, we keep talking about the need to put together those differences internally and agree on how to move forward. But this is a country where regional influence has been more pronounced over the last decades. Do you think that this will bring back the notion of having the key, perhaps regional players, Saudis, the Iranians, to agree if you want to have things fixed in Lebanon?
I think Lebanon, sadly, Lebanon is a country where, its entirety, the whole concept of it and the way it was formed and the constitution is always going to be reliant on regional powers. That's the way it's been. Now, whether Lebanon can sort of move forth from that is another story. That you needed a whole uphaul of the whole system, which I don't see is going to happen at the moment. Regional influences, regional impacts on the country are there, and they're not going to go away. Now, the question is how far will these regional influences and players have over the parties, until Lebanon itself is healed within, until there is unison between all the players and the parties. The more you succeed in these things internally, then the less influence you get from the regional players. But for the time being, at least, I know, and I agree totally, Hezbollah has taken a huge hit. There's no denying that. And it's still reeling from it in many ways than one, or in many more ways than one. However, there is a tendency, and I'm not talking about you guys here, but there's a tendency even by the regional players and, well, more so the international players, to sort of behave as if it's at its last breath and it's over and done with, and therefore they can zoom in or waltz in with their new vision for Lebanon. This is not going to happen, and I think I will use, even though it might be controversial, but I'm going to use one of the sentences that Sayyid Nasrallah would say is the battlefield is going to decide. And until that battlefield is over, it's very difficult at the moment for any, definitely for Hezbollah to agree to anything or to make decisions. I think until the end, we don't know what is going to happen or what they're going to agree with. For the time being, there is a war to be fought. There is 1 million displaced in the country. It's going to cause humanitarian issues and problems. Economically, the Lebanon is in dire straits, not just now, since a few years ago. So there's a lot on the plate of Lebanon at the moment. And yes, while having a president and a government is great, but I think this is at the moment the least concern for quite a lot of the players or the people.
Nadim, is the army prepared to step in and secure or deploy in all the southern part of the country if decision is made tomorrow that there's going to be a ceasefire agreement along the lines of the United Nations Resolution 1701?
Yeah, so I think we have to be very honest here. The Lebanese army is a bit like UNIFIL. They actually are not the ones that protect, but they become the sort of guardians of the status quo. Remember, this is an army that, because of the economic crisis, the Lebanese state cannot even afford the salaries or pay enough for gas for its soldiers to move around. Having said that, if there is an agreement, the easiest thing to find will be funds for the Lebanese army to deploy. And I think in Lebanon, there's a huge attachment still to this image of the Lebanese army as maybe the only image of a uniting institution, even though in practice, in the last 2-3 decades, it's probably society that protects the army as opposed to the army protecting society. I would just want to bounce on something that Hala was mentioning. I mean, I agree with her. Right now, Hezbollah is far from out, even if it's weakened. And I think they're probably not in any mood to compromise. There is a slight risk, even though ultimately I think it will probably be the battlefield that decides, that we've had this experience in Lebanon, where waiting until the battlefield decides, the cost is so high, and ultimately the battlefield doesn't end up deciding everything. Because I actually think if Hezbollah is completely cornered and weakened, it can probably still ensure that the new order takes into account its interest. Lebanon's tragedy has been that for the country to know stability, we used to think we have to resolve the Palestine question. Now we're realizing it's not sufficient to resolve the Palestine question. We also have to resolve the question of what is Iran's place in the region. And it seems for the last 2 decades, before we resolve these two equations, or at least we find a temporary solution to them, Lebanon remains unfortunately unable to know any form of peace and stability. Is the region heading towards that point? It's too early to tell. I mean, we're on probably on the, the Israelis are saying they're going to attack Iran. Iran is going to retaliate. So it's going to be a very difficult period. The question then becomes, what can the Lebanese do during this period to, in a way, protect themselves as best they can? And for me, there have been a couple of encouraging things that I've seen on the ground. Despite the deep divisions in Lebanon, there's been incredible solidarity between the Lebanese, incredible solidarity, even in regions that are not particularly supportive of Hezbollah. And I think, too, the second point is, until now, most politicians, including politicians that actually profoundly dislike Hezbollah, are remaining mostly quiet. And I think that's probably a bit wise, because right now we need to weather the storm as best we can.
Okay, David, have we reached the phase where we can say that for the time being, whatever happens in Lebanon is not going to be decided by the Lebanese or by the Lebanese political parties, but may ultimately depend on the outcome of what happens between the Israelis and the Iranians?
It's undeniable that regional politics plays a huge role in the domestic politics of Lebanon, without a doubt. On the other hand, I'm not entirely convinced by the argument that it has been, until the war started, external actors who were preventing a president from being elected in Lebanon. At the end of the day, the fundamental issue up until now, or until at least before these recent stunning attacks on Hezbollah, has been that there's been a lack of consensus between Lebanon's political and financial elites about how to deal with the economic crisis and what the new order of Lebanon will look like. Now, obviously, that question has become much more highly charged and it's become much more highly charged and a lot more risky, really, because of these hits that have been taken by Hezbollah. But ultimately, while the international community will play a role, there is an opportunity for Lebanese domestic actors to come together in the spirit of compromise. I just personally believe that that's much more likely to happen when the violence ends, and that is yet another reason that all parties, both local and international, should be pushing for a ceasefire in Lebanon and a ceasefire in Gaza as soon as possible.
Hala Jaber, Nadim Houri, David, would I really appreciate your insight, and thank you for walking us through this complex political landscape, complex story. Thank you. Much appreciated. And thank you too for watching. You can see the program again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com, for further discussion. Go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on X. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story. From me, Hashim Ahalbara, and the entire team here in Doha. Bye for now.
Hard-hitting interviews.
They say that your government has repressive policies.
Respect of human rights, it is most important task for my government.
Facing realities.
What you're saying is that you were restricted by the Israelis in terms of your movements at the time.
That's right. We were totally restricted.
Thought-provoking answers.
How much of a threat do you think Mpox is right now to Africa?
It seems to be spreading more easily.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
Undercover reporting.
My question is, what's next for me?
Exclusive stories.
I'm Famida Malain Doha. The top stories on Al Jazeera. There's been a new barrage of Israeli airstrikes in Beirut, with explosions rocking the city's southern suburbs into the early hours of Sunday morning. Israel's military had earlier told some residents in the southern suburb of Dahya to leave. Multiple strikes on the area have caused extensive damage in recent days. Large plumes of smoke were visible after an attack close to Beirut airport. Laura Khan has more from the Lebanese capital.
It was very loud from where I was standing. It made everyone jump immediately. So these sounds really echoing around these buildings, quite terrifying for residents who have all fled to central Beirut here. Now, the Israelis have been issuing warnings on social media in Arabic for residents to leave these areas and say they're about to bomb them. But a lot of residents are saying that they say they'll bomb one building and then they bomb another one. There's little trust in what they're doing. They also tell residents to stand about 500 meters away. But I mean, you saw on your TVs that there's huge explosions taking place. You know, many people don't trust that 500 meters is even enough to stand. I mean, as I said, I was standing a few kilometers away, and it was incredibly loud from here. So, of course, very frightening.
Earlier, Lebanese security sources told Al Jazeera that Hezbollah have lost contact with the chairman of its executive council, Hashim Safieddine. Israeli media reported he was the target of intense bombardment of Dahya in the early hours of Friday. Safieddine's been seen as a possible successor to Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah, who was killed last week. Israeli media are reporting more than 110 missiles have been fired from Lebanon into northern Israel since Friday morning. At least 25 people have been killed. That's according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. 3 people were reported injured in Deir al-Assad in northern Israel after a barrage of rockets were fired from Lebanon. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has again vowed to respond to Iran's missile attack on Tuesday. Almost 200 missiles were fired from Iran into Israel. Most of them were intercepted, but some hit 2 air bases and areas around the headquarters of the Israeli intelligence agency Mossad in Tel Aviv.
Iran has already twice launched hundreds of missiles on our land and on our cities in one of the largest ballistic missile attacks in history. No country in the world would tolerate such an assault on its cities and civilians, and neither will the state of Israel. Israel has the obligation and the right to defend itself and to respond to these attacks, and that is what we will do.
At least 16 Palestinians have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a mosque in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. It was sheltering displaced people near Al-Aqsa Hospital. Some of those injured in the attack have been seriously wounded. Israeli strikes have killed more than 50 Palestinians across Gaza, and that's since Saturday morning. A vaccination campaign against Mpox is underway in Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The city's been hit the hardest by an outbreak. Health officials have recorded more than 30,000 cases. The disease has killed almost 1,000 people in DRC since the start of the year. Former U.S. President Donald Trump has held a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. That's the town where he survived an assassination attempt nearly 3 months ago.
So 12 weeks ago, we all took a bullet for America, and all we are all asking is that everyone goes out and votes. We got to win. We can't let this happen to our country. We can't take another 4 years like this. We won't have a country left. We're not going to have a country left. And all of this will be for nothing if you don't get out and vote.
A fire at an electric vehicle factory in Vietnam has destroyed around 5,000 e-bikes and motorcycles. That happened in the northern province of Lang Son. Thick smoke rose above the blaze as it spread through the facility. Well, those are the headlines. The news continues here on Al Jazeera after the bottom line.
Hi, I'm Steve Clemens, and I have a question. A full year of war in Gaza, and now with Israeli troops invading Lebanon, are the U.S. and Israel working to reshape the entire region? Let's get to the bottom line. What started on the morning of October 7th, 2023, with a surprise attack by Hamas on Israeli military bases and towns, killing 1,200 Israelis and taking hundreds captive, has had ongoing consequences and reverberations since that day, nearly a year ago. In response, Israel has killed tens of thousands of Palestinians, starved millions, and turned the Gaza Strip into an unlivable hellscape. Now it has broadened the conflict with attacks against Lebanon and the killing of Hassan Nasrallah and the rest of the leadership of Hezbollah, which was engineering attacks against Israel in support of Gaza. But that's not even half the story. Around the world, the epic violence has sparked debates on the nature of racism, of colonialism, of double standards, and of free speech. So are we witnessing major shifts in the Middle East? Or is history repeating itself? Whack-a-mole by Israel against its enemies without seriously addressing the injustices against the Palestinian people? And are these developments taking place according to a grand U.S. strategy for the region, or in spite of it? Today we're talking with political scientist Stephen Walt, who teaches international affairs at Harvard University. Stephen, thank you so much for joining us today. Let me just start out with the fact that we've got a lot of conflicts going on in the region. We've seen now the death of Hezbollah's leader. We've seen the death of the political leader of Hamas. Is Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu succeeding?
In the short term, yes, Israel has achieved a number of really impressive tactical successes. Some of them were not in any real doubt. It was obvious that if Israel wanted to use its military powers to decimate Gaza, it could do that. But some of them were surprising. The pager attack against Hezbollah forces, for example, was something that I think took almost everybody by surprise. The big question is whether or not you can translate those tactical successes, impressive though they might be, into larger strategic gains. And that's much more difficult to do. I have my doubts as to whether or not it's actually going to be a transformative moment in the Middle East, even though I think that's probably what the Israelis are hoping for.
Look, we've all watched the conflict over this last year since Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th. And I have to tell you, I've interviewed on this show generals, I've interviewed political leaders, senators, talked to senior U.S. military officials, and even White House officials who have cautioned Israel, cautioned its leadership, and said that it needs to not confuse its short-term security needs with long-term strategic objectives. And yet it seems like Israeli leadership has sloughed that caution off and followed a plan to do what it said it was going to do, destroy those people that were out to get it. And I'm just sort of interested that after a year of this caution, is there a point where those advising caution kick in to being actually correct?
I don't think so. I mean, first of all, Hamas has not been defeated in Gaza. It's been seriously damaged, but it's still in existence. Hezbollah is continuing to fire rockets at Israel, preventing Israelis from returning to homes in the north, despite the death of their leader and a lot of their senior leadership as well. It's a funny thing, but dropping bombs on people and humiliating them tends not to make them come over to your side and suddenly want to cut a deal, particularly when they don't have any really attractive options in front of them. I've been reminded, actually, for the last several days about that famous moment in 2003 when George W. Bush flew aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln and stood before a banner saying "Mission accomplished." Again, the United States had achieved a short-term tactical success in Iraq, but it turned out to be the beginning of course, a strategic nightmare. And I think that the Israelis should be more careful in trying to think that they can translate these tactical successes into a real change in the strategic situation.
You've tweeted something, Steve, that I found very compelling. You said, "This is pretty simple. If you don't want someone to do something, you don't give them the means to do it. One must therefore conclude the U.S. government does not object to what Israel has been doing for the past year." And I'm just interested in whether or not U.S. leadership is trying to have it both ways. Are they on one hand saying, hey, we tried to caution them, but at the same time, they're sending them all the bombs to make this possible?
Yeah, I think that's actually a good way to characterize it. I mean, Biden and Blinken have certainly tried to distance themselves, at least, positionally from Israel in a variety of ways, and tried to convey that they don't really approve of some of what Israel is doing. They're really not supporting it. They're trying to get them to stop. They're trying to get a ceasefire. And I think they're doing that for larger diplomatic purposes. They want to try and salvage what's left of America's image in the world while not doing anything that's going to cause them problems in American domestic politics. And I think in the case of both Biden and Blinken, they are something of true believers, both of them openly declaring that they are genuinely committed Zionists as well. What's interesting is you don't see them trying to defend their policies by claiming that it's in America's national interest. I find that quite striking. You never hear Blinken articulate why continuing to send Israel billions of dollars of military aid is making the United States more secure, making the United States more popular around the world, doing anything for ordinary Americans as well. And I think they're not trying to make those arguments because they're extremely difficult to make at this point. So yes, I think they've been trying to have it both ways. The problem is the longer the war continues, the more it expands, the more Israel continues to defy America's advice with no real consequences from America, the less compelling, the less convincing that attempt to play both sides is going to be to most observers.
Look, there are very, very few relationships in the world, in my view, of unconditional love. Let's just see there. But are there no conditions to this alliance? Is Israel making strategic choices for the United States that it can't extract itself from?
It certainly, they're not choices we can't extract ourselves from. It's a question of whether or not we're willing to. There's no question that this is a relationship of nearly unconditional American support. It's rather one-sided support in that we back Israel to the hilt, and Israel does pretty much whatever it wants, even if that's not in America's interest. What I think is really, in some ways, tragic about all of this is that this kind of unconditional support is, in the long run, not good for Israel. Right? It's allowed Israel to continue the occupation for 40-plus years, which I think does threaten Israel's long-term future. It has strengthened the extremists in Israel who have a sort of messianic view of Israel's future and are increasingly powerful in Israeli domestic politics as well. It's supported the war, allowed Israel to continue and not have a ceasefire, which has done enormous damage to the Israeli economy. And despite the sort of short-term tactical military successes they've achieved in Gaza and now in Lebanon, it hasn't done anything to help Israel's long-term future and may, in fact, have really actually cost it a great deal. Something that I think most Americans don't appreciate is that there are now roughly 500,000 Israelis living outside of Israel. 80% of them have told pollsters that they have no intention of going back. And the number of Israelis trying to leave has increased a lot in the last year. Most of them, of course, are the well-educated secular Israelis that are the backbone of its high-tech economy. So this has really serious long-term consequences, and that is being unwittingly aided and abetted by the kind of unconditional support that the United States has been providing.
You know, the other major relationship in the region relevant to this conflict is that between Iran and Hezbollah. So I'd ask the same thing. Are there conditions on Iran's relationship with its proxy organizations?
I think that Iranians have said from the very beginning of this conflict, back a year ago, that they've made it clear that they have no desire to expand this, no desire to really escalate. What one does have to ask, though, is whether or not this will lead Iran to simply sort of run up the white flag, fold its tent. And I think there's no evidence whatsoever to suggest that they're likely to do that. I think the thing that is of considerable concern, or ought to be of considerable concern, is at what point do the Iranians decide that they can no longer be just a latent nuclear power, which is what they are today, with the capacity to build a bomb if they want to, but they haven't tried to do so. What point do they decide it's time to go past the red lines, to try and build a bomb in secret so they can become a nuclear power and have a nuclear deterrent the same way that Israel does? I don't know if that's going to happen, but every time you get an event like the things we've been seeing in the last few weeks, anytime something like that happens, it increases Iran's incentive to want to have a deterrent of its own. And at some point, I think they are likely to try and make that decision. That's very risky for them. It might provoke a wider war. It might eventually drag the United States in, which is something, of course, the United States doesn't want either. So we ought to be thinking about the long-term strategic consequences and the nuclear dimension as well as we try to evaluate what the long-term here is going to be.
This sounds to me a lot like George Bush, Richard Cheney, the Gulf War, the thinking that you could come in and fundamentally change an entire region. I mean, I'd be interested in your thoughts. Are we back to America thinking that the U.S. and its ally have the ability to completely reshape the region, make the region safe for democracy, create safety through the kind of militaristic dimension it's taking now?
Yeah, well, as I said at the very beginning, this did remind me of George Bush and the mission accomplished moment, where we suddenly thought we were going to reshape the Middle East, and it didn't work out any of the ways that the neoconservatives and Bush expected. People have been predicting that Iran would have another revolution, another upheaval, that the clerical regime would collapse and be replaced by a pro-American regime. They've been predicting that over and over and over again for probably 30 or 40 years. Now, one can never rule out something like happening, but it hasn't happened yet, and there's no evidence that it's likely to happen anytime soon. So to bet that somehow these events taking place in Lebanon and Gaza and elsewhere are going to suddenly cause an upheaval in Iran, and moreover, that upheaval will then break in a pro-American direction, I think is to assume an awful lot. That sort of wishful thinking is not the kind of thing one ought to base one's strategy on.
Steve, what is the state of play, as you see it, of the International Court of Justice and the various arrest warrants it has put out for Israeli leaders, and how Israel will continue to function within an international system of rules and norms? Do you think that's ignorable as you look at Israel's future?
Well, the International Criminal Court indictments and the International Court of Justice rulings, they have no enforcement capacity, and they're going to take a long time to play themselves through the system. I think what's happened inside Israel is they're simply, have their fingers in their ears. They're not going to pay any attention. They do not regard these institutions as credible or legitimate, particularly when they're the ones being criticized. So they're going to ignore them. And of course, we've unfortunately seen the United States, for all its talk about a rules-based order and all of its alleged commitment to international law, largely dismiss these activities as well. It's part of the unconditional support we're providing. But I think over time, this can't help but have a negative effect and reinforce the idea of Israel as a pariah state, a state that has squandered all of the sympathy it had on October 8th of last year after those attacks, when many people around the world were deeply sympathetic to what Israel was facing. I think that's all gone now. And when you see all those ambassadors walk out of the UN General Assembly when Netanyahu starts speaking, on the one hand, it's just a symbolic action, but on the other hand, it conveys a deeper sense of those governments recognizing that they don't want to be showing any signs of approval. In fact, it's in their interest to show signs of disapproval. And over time, I think that has a corrosive effect on Israel's standing, on the ability of its citizens to travel, prosper, do well around the world, and that's not in Israel's long-term interest either.
I think the United States has often tried to position itself as on both sides, but where are the Arab leaders? Is Jordan threatening to rip up its peace treaty with Israel over what it's seeing in Gaza? How do you see that Palestine and this question of resolving Palestine, has anyone seriously willing to put political leverage on the line for their interests?
Well, that's the tragedy of the Palestinians, that by and large, they have certainly been horribly treated by Israelis and originally by the Zionists, but they've also been repeatedly disappointed or betrayed by other parts of the Arab world. And ironically, this is what gave Iran the opportunity to begin championing the Palestinian cause, not because they were initially so dedicated to the plight of the Palestinians, but because it was an effective way of countering American efforts to monopolize politics in the region, and also the positions that a number of Arab regimes that they had bad relations with were taking. So yes, the Palestinians have had supporters along the way, Hezbollah, Iran, the Houthis in Yemen as well, but they have not had a major power backing them in more than largely rhetorical means or providing humanitarian assistance. And unfortunately, of course, that's allowed the conflict to persist and to get worse amid great suffering for the Palestinians. The fundamental problem, of course, is you still have roughly equal numbers of Palestinian Arabs and Israeli Jews trying to share or cohabitate roughly the same territory. The problem is that one of those groups has all the power and all the political rights, and the other group has little power and no political rights. And as long as that situation persists, you're going to have a conflict, and you're going to have a conflict that outside powers are going to try and exploit from time to time.
So how do you see the future of the West Bank, given what you just shared? Do you think the West Bank is going to face this same kind of reality?
Well, on a lesser scale, it already is. Violence against Palestinians has gone up. Land seizures have gone up. Israeli settlers are taking more and more land. And again, they're doing it largely with impunity because the United States has decided that's too politically controversial to try and deal with at the moment. I think, there's no real secret here either. It has been Israel's project ever since the Six-Day War to try and colonize the West Bank and create a greater Israel. That's been pursued by labor governments, by Likud governments, by coalition governments consistently. And we now have an Israeli government where Netanyahu is one of the more moderate members, even though, of course, his entire political career is based on trying to prevent a Palestinian state. What this does is it puts the Palestinians in a position where they don't really have any options other than resistance. I mean, what are their alternatives? They face either extermination or expulsion or permanent apartheid. Well, if those are your only three choices, because a two-state solution isn't an option and political rights within Israel isn't an option, you have nothing left but resistance. And as long as it conforms to the laws of war, it's worth noting that resistance to belligerent occupation, which is what Israel is conducting in the West Bank, is legitimate in international law. So again, without an Israeli leadership that wants to seize short-term advantages like the ones they currently have and use those to try and develop a genuine and legitimate and lasting political solution, I fear that the short-term gains will be squandered and both sides are going to suffer more as a result.
So it begs the question of whether we're looking at essentially a forever war situation. And I've got to add to that one of the interesting bright spots in this story, at least in the United States, were a lot of young people coming out and saying, we don't want to be a part of this, that we see the world differently, that there's a generational shift in looking at some of at least America's foreign policy equities in these issues. I'm not saying that they won or they were influential, but they certainly created a shock, particularly in American universities. So I'm interested in this question of a forever war that's sort of stuck in place for a long period of time. And what does it do to America's politics? What does it do to America's ability to even discuss these issues, as we've seen so many cases of censorship around this conflict?
Yeah, this is, I think, something that should worry lots of Americans. I mean, what's happened in the past year is that Israel supporters in the United States have started playing real hardball to try and prevent any sorts of criticisms of Israel. And so they've put enormous pressure on American universities, on some media organizations, on individuals as well, to try and silence them, possibly by making things illegal. You have universities enacting speech codes that probably violate the First Amendment, let alone principles of academic freedom. And some state and local governments trying to do similar things as well. This is essentially a sort of McCarthyite tactic. And what's most appalling about it is it's being done to try and insulate or protect a country that's currently engaged in a genocidal campaign and now seems to be expanding it into other areas as well, certainly expanding the war into other areas as well. And I worry that this will inevitably have a backlash in the United States, that it will, in fact, rekindle resentment. It will rekindle some of the worst forms of anti-Semitism you've seen in the past, because people don't like being silenced. They don't like being marginalized. They don't like being bullied. And unfortunately, I think that's what some of Israel's more overzealous defenders in the United States have started to do. I think they're playing with fire, and I hope that their efforts do not succeed.
Well, look, I'm going to ask this interesting question because I think you and I are both largely in the realist school of foreign policy, but I am interested in what this does to the American brand when looked at from abroad, about Western values, about civic discourse, about civic justice and inclusion, these things that we largely believe we stand for. And I think part of the question is, can you really promulgate them overseas or not? And we can debate that. But how are we as Americans looking in this moment when there is such a double standard and there is such a hypocrisy about freedom of speech and about essentially self-determination and civic justice for the victims in this conflict?
Well, as good realists, we tend to put most of our emphasis on hard power and things like that. But I think there are at least three big problems that this situation causes for the United States. First, as you've just alluded, our brand looks terrible right now. We look deeply hypocritical. If Antony Blinken talks about the rules-based order, you expect eyes to roll around the room at this point. And that's a problem for the United States. Other states will pay a larger cost for lining up with us and will be less likely to do so. A second problem we face, of course, is just we're distracted. If you just think of the amount of time, energy, bandwidth that the Biden administration has spent on the Middle East since last October. And of course, that means other problems that may be actually much more important in the longer run get ignored. But the third problem we face is it makes the United States look incompetent. It makes us look like we have no idea what we're doing or no idea how to get what we want. Other states are going to be more willing to take our advice if they think we know what we're doing and they think we're good at getting it done. So Biden and Blinken have been saying for a year that they wanted a ceasefire, and they've gotten nowhere, precisely nowhere. They've been repeatedly stiffed by an ally that's dependent upon their help. This does not make them look particularly competent, and it may even end up costing them the election or costing Harris the election, which would be, in my view, truly a disaster. So again, this does a lot of harm to the United States, even if the stock market is up, even if the American economy is doing pretty well, even if the United States is still very powerful and influential in other ways. It's not good for the United States.
I want to thank political scientist and Harvard professor Stephen Walt for joining us today. Thank you, Stephen.
Great talking with you, Steve.
So what's the bottom line? Anyone watching the multiple crises in the Middle East today will note that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu looks like he's got a plan. World leaders counsel caution to not broaden the conflict, to tap the brakes. But Israel just keeps going. Will this all pay off for Israel's security? And is Iran on weaker legs today than it was a year ago? Many right now are engaged in chest-thumping triumphalism about Israel's military successes. But we've seen the tops cut off Hamas and Hezbollah in the past. And guess what? They grew back stronger. The fact remains that Israel shows no interest in turning the real victims of these conflicts into people with whom they can peacefully coexist. And that means that this tit-for-tat war is not nearly over. The cycle is going to continue. And that's the bottom line.
When you're starting a small business, the last thing you want to think about is legal issues. I heard about LegalZoom through my husband, who's an attorney. LegalZoom filed our LLC paperwork, and we didn't have to think about it again. We wanted that extra protection, and LegalZoom was the fastest and easiest way to do that.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Son, you got to keep your eyes open. Coach, got a proposition for you. Make a run the Little League World Series. I managed the worst team in the league. Not bad, right?
Y'all need something to rally behind.
My dad.
Just gotta find a way to inspire the boys.
I know you want to win this game for me, but I want you to play to win for each other.
Rent now on Sling.
The International Anti...
I'm Famida Malay in Doha. The top stories on Al Jazeera. There's been a new barrage of Israeli airstrikes in Beirut, with explosions rocking the city's southern suburbs into the early hours of Sunday morning. Israel's military had earlier told some residents in the southern suburb of Dahir to leave. Now, multiple strikes on the area have caused extensive damage in recent days. Large plumes of smoke were visible after an attack close to Beirut airport. Laura Khan has more from the Lebanese capital.
It was very loud from where I was standing. It made everyone jump immediately. So these sounds really echoing around these buildings, quite terrifying for residents who have all fled to central Beirut here. Now, the Israelis have been issuing warnings on social media in Arabic for residents to leave these areas and say they're about to bomb them. But a lot of residents are saying that they say they'll bomb one building and then they bomb another one. There's little trust in what they're doing. They also tell residents to stand about 500 meters away. But I mean, you saw on your TVs that there's huge explosions taking place. You know, many people don't trust that 500 meters is even enough to stand. I mean, as I said, I was standing a few kilometers away, and it was incredibly loud from here. So, of course, very frightening.
At least 18 Palestinians have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a mosque in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. It was sheltering displaced people near Al-Aqsa Hospital. Some of those injured in the attack have been seriously wounded. Israeli strikes have killed more than 50 Palestinians across Gaza since Saturday morning. A vaccination campaign against Mpox is underway in Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The city's been hit the hardest by an outbreak. Health officials have recorded more than 30,000 cases. The disease has killed almost 1,000 people since the start of the year. Former U.S. President Donald Trump held a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. That's the town where he survived an assassination attempt nearly 3 months ago. Well, those are the headlines. The news continues here on Al Jazeera after the occupied West Bank, the other front. I'll be back in about 30 minutes.
What we see in the last week is an unprecedented amount and volume of violence in West Bank against Palestinians. This violence is, I would say, directed in order to deport entire communities from where they are living. This is something which we started to see several years ago, but in the last weeks, we see 13, 14, 15 Palestinian communities, and there are dozens of other communities which are threatened by settlers and by the military. And it's important to emphasize that it's settlers and military. This is something which we haven't seen in the West Bank in the last 50-something years.
In 1948, when Israel ethnically cleansed Palestine, sending 75% of the Palestinian population fleeing, never to be able to return, what remained were two small parts of historic Palestine. One part is the Gaza Strip, and the second part is the West Bank. And in 1967, Israel occupied those two places, but they then started to build illegal Israeli settlements. And there are now roughly 200 illegal Israeli settlements that are in the West Bank. And these illegal settlements have about 750,000 Israelis living on them. Why is it that they're illegal? Because they're classified as such under international law.
And we've already seen that in certain areas that the settlers have already managed to take over swaths of Palestinian land that they were unable to take over before. The world's attention is now shifted to the Gaza Strip, as it should be, because there's genocide happening there. The settlers are using this opportunity to carry out their own crimes. And it's not just the settlers. I'd be remiss if we just somehow made it out that it's just the settlers. This is the settlers, this is the army, this is government policy. It's the settlers who are implementing government policy. They're not acting in contradiction to it. We've seen that settlers have been attacking Palestinians in these areas that are not under the control of the Palestinian Authority. There have been so many attacks that the UN has said that this is the highest level of settler attacks that they've ever recorded.
Regularly, settlers are protected by soldiers. It means that settlers routinely burn down olive groves or attack Palestinians in the West Bank. Soldiers either turn a blind eye, are literally watching when this is happening, or they help out. And the fear now is that many more Palestinians will be killed, but also many villages will be forced to leave, and they have nowhere to go. And that's an outrageous outcome.
It's important to say that settler violence is built-in component in the Israeli settlement enterprise. It's something which goes to the very foundation of this enterprise. None of Israeli settlement in the West Bank could exist and would be established without violence. Now, this violence can be divided into two parts. The institutional, so-called state violence, and then the privatized settlers violence. And both of them together work for many, many, many years in order to take as much as possible of land and to get Palestinians out of the area.
أنا سبب رحلتي من هان أنا بدي أرحل خايف على أولادتي خايف المستوطنين في الليل يتهجموا علي وتهجموا علي في السيارة يوم أحداث اللي صارت في غزة بدي يدهسني أنا مش بدي يدهس الغنم وهلكيت أنا في الحالة هذه هايني بتيع في حوايجي وبدي أرحل لأني خايف إن المستوطنين يتهجموا علي وتهجموا علينا في المراعي يعني إحنا هلكيتها في الحالة هذه ما ظلناش ولا مرعى بدنا نأمن على حالنا ما فيش مطرح أمين هو بس بدنا نحاول نكرب على الكرة لخوف المستوطنين يتهجموا علينا والله يا عم إني أنا خايف أقول لك مش خايف لا والله إني خايف ودي أرحل من المنطقة هذه خوف من المستوطنين لأن المستوطنين كراب عليها وخايف وبدي أرحل
The Palestinians on the ground are basically helpless.
and they know that, I believe. There are Palestinians that are so afraid, of course, because the settlers are armed, so they won't fight back. The entire community flee from their homes. I'll say they given up. They know they have no protection. They know they can't protect themselves, and so they have to leave. And this is forcible transfer, right? Forcible transfer is making an environment, it's a coercive environment that the people can't live, to create a reality where people can't live on their land. And this is a forcible transfer as much as the other, and this is both a war crime.
There was a huge expansion in violence in the West Bank, and settlers were in power. Now, there's no doubt 2023 has seen the most right-wing government in the country's history. That's true, but it's a mistake to believe that Netanyahu simply is the ultimate ringmaster here. He's Prime Minister and he's ultimately responsible, but the problem goes far, far deeper than just him.
طبعا من 7 أكتوبر وجيش الاحتلال الإسرائيلي أغلق جميع المداخل، سواء المؤدية إلى مدينة الخليل أو المؤدية إلى مدينة يطا. فبالتالي سياراتنا صارت واحدة على الجهة هاي وواحدة على الجهة هاي، بطلنا نعرف نتنقل، احتياجات البيت بطلنا نعرف نجيبها كما يجب. أبسط الأشياء اللي هي كنا يعني أشياء بسيطة للبيت مثل جرة الغاز صار كثير صعب إن نوفرها للبيت. طلاب المدارس لما بدهم يروحوا على مدارسهم كمان الطرق مسكرة والطرق خطيرة، وجيش الاحتلال دائما واقف.
فيش امان. احنا كمان بعدين في منطقه تل رميده الاحتلال بيعمل نوع من التهجير، بس مش التهجير بقول لك يلا انت روح اطلع من بيتك، لا هو حكيها من قبل، فعليا هو حكيها، بس لا حاليا شو بيسوي؟ بيضغط عليك بكل الطرق. أنا كأحمد شفت كل أنواع العنف، شفت الاعتقالات، شفت الطخ، شفت الضرب، شفت التعذيب اللي هو قيمة التعذيب بالشوارع، أنا شفتها من قبل المستوطنين والجيش، أنا تعرضت لها، كل واحد ساكن في منطقة تل رميدة برضه تعرض لها.
Hey! Leave him!
After October 7th, here in Hebron, many Palestinians were detained. I was detained and tortured by the Israeli military and the Israeli settlers in an army uniform. I was beaten and kicked. They spat on me, they sexually harassed me. They really tortured me for 10 hours. Now I see a lot of videos coming out from the soldiers. They filmed themselves torturing Palestinians, dehumanizing Palestinian detainees. The Palestinian families who are living under the curfew and the lockdown and under the Israeli military supremacy, they suffer from lack of food, lack of water. They suffer from the lack of safety. They feel that they may kill them anytime. They are terrified. They are intimidated. Palestinians don't get access to ambulance, to hospitals. It's a kind of being in jail without protection and without food, with intimidation all the time and with attacks and violence from the Israeli settlers from time to time.
المفروض حسب كلامهم، حسب كيف بيقول اللي هو القانون الإسرائيلي، إنه لازم يحموا الجالين، يحموا الفلسطينيين ويحموا الإسرائيليين اللي هو الجيش الإسرائيلي. بس الجيش الإسرائيلي ما هو كله مستوطنين، كله عنصريين. فأنا كأحمد في منطقة تل رميدة تحت الحكم العسكري، أما المستوطن تحت الحكم المدني، وهذا بيختلف كتير، بيعمل معادلة كتير كبيرة. يعني أنا لما مستوطن بده يجي يعدي علي، أنا راح أعتقل وأنا راح أضل عند الشرطة عبين ما أبين فيديو أو أي إشي إنه أنا مش عامل إشي، أنا مش مادد إيدي أحدا، أنا مش ضاربه، هو اللي اعتدى علي. أما إذا ما فيش فيديو والمستوطن حكى إنه هذا هو اللي ضربني، خلاص أنا المستوطن عنده مصدق أو الجندي كذلك الأمر. يعني بقول له هذا ممنوع يعدي اليوم، بيعديهوش. إنه هدول بالآخر هو احتلال بكل أنواعه. الاحتلال هو مستوطن أو جندي عسكري، هو احتلال.
انت شو بدك؟ بس افهم. ما إله قانون أنا مد إيدي على السيارة. لا معي الشرطة جاية، هيك بتشوف هلا بتشوف الفيديو.
In the West Bank, the settlers are going wild, attacking Palestinians, with the Israeli soldiers watching it, sometimes aiding it. In other parts of the West Bank where the Palestinian Authority is present, the army has come in on a number of occasions, arrested people, demolished homes. Nobody's protected those Palestinians either. There's nobody who's protecting us. This is the problem. We are stateless, refugee population, protected by no one. We see that what their ultimate aim is to get rid of as many Palestinians as possible, take as much Palestinian land as possible, and they have not been secret about it. Each and every level of the government has been clear about what it is that they want, and the world's just cheering them on.
What we see in the last year is that the most racist, nationalist, violent, criminal government ever in Israel. Now, this government obviously has members which are openly declaring that they are supporting the deportation of Palestinian communities and Palestinians from what they declare, what they define as the land of Israel.
The ultimate vision here, really, I fear, is two things. And it is either a Jewish theocratic state where Palestinians are given a choice. You either accept our rule forever under an apartheid state, or you leave, forcibly or otherwise. And that's frankly a key plan of one of Israel's key ministers, Smotrich. Before October 7, there was a discussion by the far-right Israeli government this year to give far more weapons to Israeli settlers to apparently protect themselves from Palestinians. October 7 happens, and there's been lots of footage of Itamar Ben-Gvir, one of the senior Israeli far-right ministers, literally giving weapons to settlers, some of the most extreme settlers. It's framed as if the Palestinians are the violent ones. The Palestinians are resisting the colonization of their land, and the idea that you have more settlers being armed in already what is a lawless Wild West type situation is petrifying.
There's consequences. We're seeing settlers that are setting fire to homes in the West Bank, homes of those Bedouin communities, those Palestinian communities, and the settlers coming and beat people, just physically assaulting them, and it goes up to armed settlers that shooting Palestinians to death.
The settlers, once they are being recruited to the military, they are serving in the military in the same places where they live. In other words, the same settler who lives in Itzhar, the next day can be now the policeman in Burin. Just imagine, okay? This is how it works, okay? That means that the privatized violence is now becoming institution. Now it's becoming, the same people are doing the same thing which they have done before, more and with uniforms.
واحنا كنا ساكنين بالطبقة تحتها والجيش اجا عدار الطبقة الثانية وعلى طول ناديت صار يخبط على الباب فوق ناديت عليه قلت يا عم يا حيال فيش حدا موجود في البيت وأنا كنت أقول له فيش حدا وهو يقول له اسكت ودخلوا على البيت وكسروا الباب ودخلوا فوق ظلوا يفتشوا ملقوش نزلتهم على دار ابني اللي احنا قاعدين فيها واجوا هان برضو اخذوا ابني وطلعونا بشكل سريع وحطونا بالسيارة على الأرض وعصبوا عينينا على طول ورجلينا عصبهم مباشرة يعني الرجلين حطوا فينا كلبشات وفي العين معصبة والإيدين لورا مربوطات لورا بعد ما اعتقلوني انا اخذوني وبعدين صاروا يروحوا على دار فلان وعلان وهيك يقف عند هذا ويجيبوا واحد يقف عند هذا ويجيبوا اثنين واخر شيء حطوا تقريبا في الجيب يا 8 يا 10 والله ماني عارف لكن تقريبا بالعدد هذا هناك صار الحادث والتصوير اللي هو مبين في اللي هم بثوه يعني احنا اصلا ما عرفنا الا لانهم هم بثوه ونشروه وضعه زي ما هو متضح في الصورة الآن برضو هم ما بيسمحوش إلك تتكلم يعني لو بيسمحوا مجال إلك تتكلم وتعبر عن رأيك خلص هم ياخذين فكرة إنك إرهابي ياخذين فكرة إنك كذا فلا ما هو سامح إلك تتكلم لو سامح إلك تتكلم وتأخذ وتعطي أقل ما فيها يعني بصير حتى ود بين اللي في الاعتقال طبعا زي ما أنت شايف أنا هاي صورتي أبو الدشداش هذه صورة ابني هذه صورة براء الهريني في شاب اسمه حسن الهريني أخو لبراء براء زي ما أنت شايف كيف بنطلونه نازل ليش نازل أنا هل إنه منهم
Palestinians are calling for international protection. We are calling to make Israel accountable for its crime. Here in the West Bank, Israel is not defending itself. It's defending its occupation, its apartheid, and its supremacy.
What is so infuriating is that much of the international community, and when I always say that I mean essentially the US and the EU, are doing nothing, as if somehow Joe Biden or Anthony Blinken or an EU official asking or begging the Israelis to do something is going to help, as if history started on October 7. This has been going on long before October 7, and what's happening since is the fruits of those inactions, that much of the international community has done nothing.
Many countries would like to condemn what they're seeing in the West Bank, but they're not going into actions.
The United States is giving aid. It's actually sending weaponry. It's actually sent its own troops. There are 2,000 troops. In addition to the money and the troops, they're also giving Israel diplomatic cover, and they're being the diplomatic bully.
It comes down to the idea that whether we in the international community are willing to accept Israel becoming a full-blown theocratic state. Now, Israel promotes itself globally as a thriving democracy, which I've always thought was nonsense, because if you're a Jew, sure, but if you're not, essentially you're treated as a second-class citizen. But in the short to medium term, I fear that Israel is relatively comfortable in its position, because I do not see any serious international pressure to change that.
لجنة حقوق الإنسان، الاتحاد الأوروبي، كله لازم يطلع لنا إحنا كفلسطينيين، مش بس برضه في تل رميدة، كل الفلسطينيين اللي بيصير فيهم ما حدا مطلع لنا. إحنا بنطالب كل واحد بيقدر يعمل إشي يوقف مع الشعب الفلسطيني في أي شغلة، إحنا معه في أي إشي بيعمله.
الاحتلال طول عمره حارمنا من حقوقنا الأساسية، سواء حق النقل، حق التعبير، حق كل أنواع كل حقوقنا كفلسطينيين. أما اليوم اللي زاد هو أكثر تنكيلا بهذه الحقوق.
My father was born in 1939. And so here we are in the year 2023, 75 years after the Nakba. My father was 9 during the Nakba. My son is now 9. I now know exactly the feelings that my grandmother had in 1948, the decisions that my grandmother had to take in 1948, the feeling of impending doom that she felt in 1948, the fear, the worry, the fear of not only your own life, but the destruction of your community, of you as a people, of your town, of your everything. I now feel that and understand that. It's no longer just something academic for me. I feel it with every fiber of my being. I feel it.
For much of the US. We will, however, see the development of some heavy rain that'll start to pull into the deep south, moving across the Florida Panhandle as well. Places that don't really need that rain will see it over the weekend. Now, across Canada, it's a different story. We've got some very wet and windy weather with gusts of 100 kilometers per hour moving across more eastern areas, with heavy rain stretching down across the Great Lakes. We'll see that push its way across into more eastern areas, bringing a chance of rain to places like New York City on Monday. Now, behind that, across more western areas, we've got another weather system pulling in. That's going to bring some wintry weather to British Columbia and some heavier rain that will touch down into the Pacific Northwest, into Washington state on Monday. But across more central areas and across the desert Southwest, it is a story of heat. We will see some wetter weather, however, touching up into the deep south. And there's that rain moving across the Florida Panhandle, pushing into the Bahamas as well. It's a very wet picture around the Gulf of Mexico on Monday.
You're not gonna get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff.
Mama!
Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
I'm Famida Miller. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up, at least 18 Palestinians have been killed in central Gaza after the mosque they were sheltering in was hit by an Israeli airstrike. A show of solidarity for Palestinians in Gaza, from Paris to New York to Cape Town. Protesters call for an end to Israel's war. Plus, Donald Trump holds another rally at the site where he survived an assassination attempt in July. There's been a new barrage of Israeli airstrikes in Beirut, with explosions rocking the city's southern suburbs into the early hours of Sunday morning. Israel's military had earlier told some residents in the southern suburb of Dahya to leave. Multiple strikes on the area have caused extensive damage in recent days. Large plumes of smoke were visible after an attack close to Beirut airport. Laura Khan's joining us now from Beirut. Laura, there have been more Israeli airstrikes on Beirut as recently as the last hour or two. What's been happening where you are?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's quite quiet now, but there have been explosions throughout the night, some of them absolutely massive. They started around midnight, and there were 4 consecutive strikes. A couple of them, blew up into the night, lit up the entire night sky, and another one about half an hour later, we know that it hit the old airport road. We know a flight was leaving as one of them was landing as well. The flight was heading to Cyprus. There are very few flights going out at the moment, so clearly people wanting to leave Beirut at the moment. But the Israeli army have been issue warnings for people to leave. They've been forcing people out of what was once densely packed neighborhoods only up until about 2 weeks ago. So many people have been flooding into here, into the center of Beirut. They've been sleeping out into the streets. They've been sleeping on the beaches, and they've been given shelter or staying with friends. But there's a huge amount of displaced people from this. And of course, these areas in the southern suburbs are really being completely destroyed. And they've been bombed so often, though, bombed throughout the day, yesterday as well, that it's very difficult for paramedics to even get in and see if there are any injured or fatalities inside.
And Laura, these strikes, they're just the latest in a decades-long conflict between Hezbollah and Israel. Has Hezbollah responded to the strikes that we've seen in the last 24 hours?
Hezbollah has issued a statement. It has been responding, but in the south, it's been fighting Israel on the southern border. So the majority of people are over there at the moment. They faced the first face-to-face combat about 4 days ago. They did say in a statement that the Israelis tried to infiltrate in the village of Blida, which is just on the border with Israel. They said they managed to push them back with artillery. They said they also sent projectiles over. There were warnings, Israeli warnings, in a place called Kiryat Shimona, which is on the other side of the border, that 30 projectiles had come over. Most of them were intercepted and some landed in open areas. And Hezbollah also said they hit the Samson base, which is in the upper Galilee. But as you said, this has been going on for many decades, and Hezbollah was born out of the conflict with Israel. Here's my latest report.
Hezbollah has been considered a formidable and sometimes controversial fighting force operating in Lebanon for decades. But it would be Israel's war on Gaza and subsequent operations in Lebanon that would test the fighting group and create a dangerous moment for Lebanon and the Middle East. The conflict between Hezbollah and Israel stretches back nearly half a century. And an important year was 1982. This is when Israel invaded Lebanon, rolling in tanks across the border and putting boots on the ground. At this point, a civil war had already been raging in Lebanon for years. This had followed cross-border attacks between the Palestinian Liberation Organization, or PLO, and the Israeli army. The Israelis occupied southern Lebanon all the way to Beirut. The PLO were forced out, but Israel stayed and would contribute to massacres. Over 2 days in September, Lebanese militia backed by the Israeli army killed between 2,000 and 3,500 people in Palestinian refugee camps of Sabra and Shatila in Beirut. The bloodshed caused international outrage. At around this time, Hezbollah began to form as it attracted disaffected youths from marginalized areas. With support from Iran, it would become a formidable power. Over the years, Israel suffered casualties from attacks by resistance groups, Hezbollah among them, and then they withdrew south. At around this time, Israel was stuck in a military quagmire. After 18 years in Lebanon, it finally withdrew forces in 2000. Hezbollah turned its attention to politics, winning its first seats in Lebanon's parliament in 1992. Hassan Nasrallah took the helm and maintained strong ties with Iran. For years, there were various cross-border attacks between Hezbollah and Israel, but 2006 would mark a major escalation. Hezbollah killed 3 Israeli soldiers in an ambush and took 2 captive. Israel sent troops and tanks over the border with the intention of ousting Hezbollah. A 34-day war ensued. This ended with a UN Security Council resolution 1701, which called for the cessation of hostilities and buffer zone free of arms and fighters outside the Lebanese state control. But over the next few years, Israel and Hezbollah accuse each other of continued violations. Israel accused Hezbollah of digging tunnels and maintaining a presence there, and Israel was accused of continuously violating airspace. On October the 8th, Israel invaded Gaza in response to Hamas and other fighting groups' incursion into Israel a day before. Hezbollah responded immediately, renewing border attacks on Israel that would be ongoing in tit-for-tat exchanges for months. Or destroyed, and 1.2 million people displaced. Laura Khan for Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Israeli media reporting more than 110 missiles have been fired from Lebanon into northern Israel since Friday morning. At least 25 people have been killed. That's according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. 3 people were reported injured in Deir al-Assad in northern Israel after a barrage of rockets were fired from Lebanon. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has again vowed to respond to Iran's missile attack last week. Almost 200 missiles were fired from Iran into Israel. Most of them were intercepted, but some hit 2 air bases and areas around the headquarters of the Israeli intelligence agency Mossad, and that's in Tel Aviv.
Iran has already twice launched hundreds of missiles on our land and on our cities in one of the largest ballistic missile attacks in history. No country in the world would tolerate such an assault on its cities and civilians, and neither will the State of Israel. Israel has the obligation and the right to defend itself and to respond to these attacks, and that is what we will do.
Right, Nabil Khouri is a former U.S. diplomat who's currently a non-resident senior fellow at the Arab Center. He's joining us now from Washington, D.C. Thanks very much for joining us on Al Jazeera. Clearly, part of Israel's strategy has been to eliminate Hezbollah's leadership. We're seeing an increasing amount of leadership targeted in these airstrikes. Does it adequately weaken Hezbollah's fighting capabilities? What's the result that Israel's looking for?
They're certainly trying to weaken Hezbollah's capabilities, to degrade their weapons and arsenals, and also they hope to push them away from the border, a little bit north of the Litani River. But I think that these are their immediate tactical goals. I think there is a strategy that is bolder, more broad-based, that this current extreme right-wing government in Israel is pursuing. It is certainly changing the geography of the Palestinian territories. It is depopulating with the goal of taking over the land in Gaza, certainly all of it, and opening it up for settlement. They are gradually taking over the West Bank. I'm afraid that they have similar goals in Lebanon to perhaps, if they can, permanently seize and control the south of Lebanon. I think they're also trying to. This current government wasn't around in 1982. In 1982 invasion, where Israeli forces reached up to Beirut, they actually caused a change in government, and they facilitated bringing in a president that they thought would work with them. He had been allied with them during the war.
In terms of the goals that you say that Israel would have in mind, does the current situation then differ from the war in 2006, especially in terms of the dynamic and taking into consideration Israel's war in Gaza that's happening simultaneously?
Right. That's what I'm saying. In 2006, their goals were fairly limited. They were trying to degrade and push back Hezbollah. It didn't last very long. This time around, the attacks have been much more extensive than they were back then. They're also all over Lebanon and not just in one area. I think they're also seeking this time to change the power structure in Lebanon. There is currently no president in Lebanon because of a stalemate between the political factions there. There's a caretaker government. I think what they'd like to do is help install someone who would be, if not totally allied with them, at least not hostile to Israel.
How then is it possible to negotiate a ceasefire with someone like the Israeli Prime Minister, who seemingly is intent on war? And again, given these goals that you've mentioned.
It is not possible. I've maintained for quite a while now that Netanyahu is not interested in even a temporary ceasefire. He's certainly not interested in a stable peace with the Palestinians. The opposition in Israel has criticized him for that, and he has been accused inside Israel of not caring for peace and not caring even for the lives of the hostages being held by Hamas. They have said as much that in terms of Lebanon, they have recently said they are not interested in a ceasefire. They want to continue until their goals are accomplished. It's been this so-called peace process has been a charade. The Biden administration, in my opinion, they knew full well what's going on.
Nabil
But
Khoury, we'll have
they
to
are pushing.
unfortunately leave it there for the moment on that last point. Nabil Khoury is a former U.S. diplomat and he's currently a non-resident senior fellow at the Arab Center. Thank you again for joining us.
Sure.
At least 18 Palestinians have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a mosque in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. It was sheltering displaced people near Al-Aqsa Hospital. Some of those injured in the attack have been seriously wounded. Israeli strikes have killed more than 50 Palestinians across Gaza, and that's since Saturday morning. Tariq Abu Azoum reports from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza.
Since the early hours of this morning, there has been a wide intensification of aerial and land attacks on very densely populated areas in the central and in the northern part of Gaza, amid new evacuation orders being passed to residents in Jabalia, Beit Hanun in the north of Gaza, alongside into Nusayrat and Al-Bureij refugee camp in the central areas. Now, these sorts of evacuation orders have been given to people throughout leaflets and phone calls, where it had been also accompanied by a very intense military activities by the fighter jets, which had been hammering very crowded residential buildings across Gaza, especially that the vast majority of people who were killed today were innocent civilians amid no sort of respite for the Israeli attacks on Gaza. Now, the families that have been told by the army to flee, they are heading to Deir al-Balah and to Al-Mawasi without having enough amount of humanitarian resources.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera. Vaccinations against Mpox begin in Democratic Republic of Congo in an effort to curb an outbreak that spread to other parts of Africa.
Get a taste of a celebration inspired by you, with live music, art, and so much more. Celebrate Hispanic and Latin American cultures at Walt Disney World Resort.
To come across the west coast of India on Sunday for places like Kerala. We will see some heavy rain, Sri Lanka as well, and the Maldives. Some wetter weather as well, thanks to an area of low pressure will continue to fall. That rain in Bangladesh, the northeast of India and Bhutan. We'll also see the development of some showers creeping across Afghanistan and starting to drip into western parts of Pakistan on Monday. Now, as we move to East Asia, it is a very wet picture here for much of China. Certainly that east coast seeing some very heavy rain. That's the remnants of a typhoon. Now that will join up with a band moving further south from northern parts of China to bring some very heavy rain across into Japan. We could see some flooding from that rain, but behind it, drier skies with lots of sunshine for the Korean Peninsula and China.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those barbecues you plan in detail for your family? Or your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories this hour. There have been a series of large explosions in the Lebanese capital following Israeli airstrikes over the past few hours. Some residents in Beirut's southern suburb of Dahia had earlier been told to leave by the Israeli military. The strikes have caused extensive damage. At least 18 Palestinians have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a mosque in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. It was sheltering displaced people near Al-Aqsa Hospital. Some of those injured in the attack have been seriously wounded. Strikes in Lebanon's Bekaa Valley have intensified. The ancient city of Baalbek is home to 2 Roman temples designated as UNESCO World Heritage Sites, but they're now under threat as the city, long considered a Hezbollah stronghold, is targeted by Israel's military. Asad Beg reports from Baalbek.
Ruins left behind in a city famous for its Roman ruins. The task of cleaning up under constant Israeli airstrikes seems futile, but people have no other choice. Baalbek is in Lebanon's Bekaa Valley and is famous for its 2,000-year-old Roman temples. Designated as UNESCO World Heritage Sites, the city has witnessed wars and conflict, been conquered by Alexander the Great and sacked by the Mongols. But now it must contend with modern bombs dropped by Israeli forces, threatening its ancient sites. No tourists dare come here during the conflict, and the gates of the temples are locked.
We were born here and we will not leave. Baalbek is empty. No foreigners, no tourists, and the lack of tourists is affecting everyone. We are struggling now and have been for several years.
It's considered a Hezbollah stronghold. Most people have left, and those who remain say they've seen nothing like what's taking place now.
Baalbek has not witnessed the brutality that it's witnessing currently, with the civilian casualties and violence. The Europeans sent them here to colonize us.
Strike after strike after strike. People here tell us they're living under constant fear. Authorities in Baalbek say in the last 2 weeks, hundreds of people have been killed and hundreds more wounded.
In the last week alone, there's been over 150 Israeli strikes on Baalbek. That's why over 80% of the population here has left, but there seems to be no let-up in the Israeli bombardment. Asad Beg, Al Jazeera, Baalbek, Bekaa.
Demonstrations are being held around the world ahead of the 1-year mark since Israel launched its war on Gaza. Thousands of people are rallying in the Indonesian capital, Jakarta. They've gathered in solidarity with the Palestinian people and are calling for an end to Israel's war. Well, Jessica Washington joins us now from Jakarta. Jessica, what are people there saying now about a war that's gone on for almost a year?
The U.S. Embassy in central Jakarta, where crowds have been gathering for the past few hours. Very early on Sunday morning here in Jakarta, the people have been saying that it's time to end the genocide, that it's time to save Gaza. Many have been carrying flags saying stop the genocide. They're also calling for the U.S. to be held accountable in how it supports Israel and continues to fund the atrocities committed on the people of Gaza. People here have also been collecting donations for humanitarian organizations working in Gaza on the ground, and they've also been calling for a continued boycott of Israeli products and also brands which are supporting Israel.
All right, Jessica, we'll leave it there for the moment. Thanks very much for keeping us updated from Jakarta, Indonesia. Jessica Washington. And in South Africa, thousands of people marched through the streets of Cape Town. They want Parliament to implement what's known as the Apartheid Bill to hold institutions accountable for human rights violations. It provides a legal framework for South Africa to impose boycotts and sanctions on Israel. In London, protesters are demanding an end to the war. Pressure's also been growing on the new Labour government to stop arms sales to Israel. And there have been similar scenes in the French capital. An estimated 2,000 people gathered at solidarity protests in Paris. They called for a ceasefire in both Gaza and Lebanon. Earlier, French President Emmanuel Macron said Western arms deliveries to Israel should be halted. France is not providing weapons to Israel. Police officers in Italy used tear gas and water cannon against people gathering in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza. Hundreds of protesters marched through the streets of Rome despite a ban from the government. Riot police used force in an attempt to break groups up and end the demonstration. In other news, a vaccination campaign against Mpox is underway in Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The city's been hit the hardest by an outbreak. Health officials have recorded more than 30,000 cases. The disease has killed almost 1,000 people since the start of the year. Alan Waikani has more from Goma.
The vaccine against Mpox was officially launched today by the DRC officials here in the province of North Kivu, mainly in the town of Goma, here in the presence of different partners, those who are involved directly in this vaccination campaign, including the WHO. Only for this province of North Kivu, authorities are expecting to administrate vaccine on more than 48,000 people, mainly people coming from the IDPs. These are the most vulnerable people we have here since the virus was detected here in this area. Then they will have to start tomorrow also in the other side of South Kivu, where some severe cases have been recorded.
8.992 megahertz USB.
Recording around 30,000 cases with 900 death cases across the country. The challenge remains right now for the fact that children are not concerned for this first step of the vaccination, while they are the one representing almost 70% of people under the treatment and even among the death cases. But officials say they are also expecting another vaccine from Japan. That is the vaccine which might probably be given to children. But this is the main concern among the community here, because even women or the parents, those who have been affected by the virus, they were mostly affected through their children. Like the case here in the camp, for example, majority of the people are living under the same shelters in a very dire condition, 20 people, 15 people, and then they are obliged to keep all those in the same places, and mainly children with their parents. But these are not people that will be concerned by this vaccination. But authorities are assuring that at least this step will help to stop the spreading of the virus within the community while they're waiting for another vaccine to arrive from other partners. Alan Waikani, Al Jazeera, Goma, the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Haiti's prime minister's promised additional police support for the people of a town in Artibonite region following a deadly gang raid. Gary Cornell visited the surviving victims of Thursday's attack in hospital. Gunmen opened fire on residents in Ponsonde, killing at least 70 people and set fire to at least 45 homes. The incident is being blamed on the Grand Grief gang. Cornell has traveled to the United Arab Emirates and Kenya to ask for more security assistance. Former U.S. President Donald Trump's returned to the same place where he survived an assassination attempt nearly 3 months ago. Security in Butler, Pennsylvania has tightened on Saturday, with sniper teams clearly visible on surrounding buildings. Trump lashed out at his political opponents and called recent attempts on his life acts to silence him.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
And all of this will be for nothing if you don't get out and vote.
Well, John Hendren has this update from Butler, Pennsylvania.
Donald Trump began his address here in Butler, Pennsylvania, saying, "As I was saying." That was a joking reference to the fact that the last time he was here on July 13th, he was stopped in the middle of his speech by an assassin's bullet. That bullet clipped his ear and stopped the speech. So Trump is here this time trying to burnish that image. If you look around at the merchandise tables here, what you would see is a bunch of T-shirts and other pictures of him with his fist up after that event saying, "Fight, fight, fight," which is what he said. Why are they doing that? Well, Kamala Harris, the vice president of the Democratic Party who's running against him, has had a lot of momentum in this campaign. First, when she was named as the presidential candidate, then when she spoke at the Democratic National Convention, and again in a debate where she was found by most analysts to have decisively beaten Trump. But he has held steady, so they're basically tied. across the country and in the battleground states that will likely decide this election. This is Trump's effort to try to give himself a boost and burnish the image of that day, and he did so under much heavier security, behind plexiglass, with a visible presence of Secret Service on the roofs here, and plenty of security on the ground. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Butler, Pennsylvania.
Well, Trump's political rival Kamala Harris is visiting Charlotte in North Carolina to assess the damage from Hurricane Helene. The storm tore through several states in the southeastern part of the U.S. a week ago, leaving hundreds dead. The Democratic presidential candidate met the governor and other state officials. She also pledged ongoing federal support for those affected by the storm.
To find out what's going on the ground, to find out what more we can do in terms of federal aid, such as what we announced today, and the federal support we're giving to Mecklenburg County in terms of disaster relief, the work that we are doing, which is $100 million to assist with the rebuilding of Interstate 40. And also, again, just to thank the folks on the ground for what they're doing every day. And again, I want to thank you, Governor, Administrator, General, everyone who is here, Colonel, for all you are doing on behalf of everyone in this region and our nation. You all are doing extraordinary work, and we are forever grateful to you all.
Rescue workers are searching for dozens of people who are still missing following floods in Bosnia and Herzegovina. At least 17 people died after heavy rain triggered landslides and flash floods. Rescue teams are digging through the rubble in mud-covered villages. China's week-long national holiday is expected to break pre-pandemic records for domestic travel. But as Tony Cheng reports, many tourists will be doing it on a budget.
What better way to celebrate China's national holiday than a trip to the Great Wall? Tens of thousands of domestic tourists climb up the steep walkways at Badaling. But while everyone is still keen to enjoy the week-long vacation, buzzword this year is low cost.
The economy is not good. It's even harder for me to make money, so I'm spending less.
Yes, I want to save money. Even though we're traveling, I'm booking cheaper flights, cheaper hotels, and doing less shopping.
The Bank of China delivered an early holiday gift at the end of last month. Stimulus measures, including funding and interest rate cuts to boost business and consumer spending. China's markets reacted positively. In the days leading up to October the 1st, they rose 20%, the biggest jump in 16 years. But long-term concerns remain regarding the slowdown of economic growth and a faltering real estate market with debts of more than $7 trillion.
The road ahead will not be smooth. There will definitely be difficulties and obstacles, and we may encounter major tests such as high winds and rough seas, or even stormy waves.
Some of those waves have already hit. The renewal of trade tariffs on products like Chinese electric vehicles by the United States and other major trading blocs points to slowing exports. And bullish talk about relying on domestic strength may not be enough.
The Great Wall was built to keep China protected from the outside world. Today, however, China is a fundamental part of the global economy and can't afford to keep itself isolated.
But this holiday is about celebrating the achievements of the last 75 years. And many see the stock market boost as the first steps back to recovery. Tony Cheng, Al Jazeera, on the Great Wall of China.
Well, that's it for me, Famida Miller. The news continues here on Al Jazeera after the stream.
Palestinian people. 365 days of genocide in Gaza. 365 days of unrelenting Israeli bombardment. In a week of special reports, Al Jazeera marks 1 year of genocide in Gaza.
When
when you're starting a small business, the last thing you want to think about is legal issues. I heard about LegalZoom through my husband, who's an attorney. LegalZoom filed our LLC paperwork, and we didn't have to think about it again. We wanted that extra protection, and LegalZoom was the fastest and easiest way to do that.
I'm Annalise Borges, and on this episode of The Stream, we discuss how the most vulnerable are grappling with this new reality and what governments and civil society should be doing about it. Global warming is shifting rainfall patterns across South Asia, where nearly a quarter of humanity lives. And that is putting pressure on all levels of society to act and adopt new strategies. But how best to track and respond to these weather changes? Joining us today to discuss are climate scientist Roxy Matthew Cole from the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, joining us from Pune. Farzana Farooq Jumu, a youth advocate with UNICEF Bangladesh. She's joining us from Dhaka. Also from Dhaka, Shah Chowdhury, co-founder and president of Footsteps Bangladesh. And last but not least, climate activist Disha Ravi joining us again from Bengaluru. Pleasure to have you back with us on the stream, Disha. Thank you all so much for joining us. Roxy, every year around this time, we see the news out of India and Bangladesh, and the images are devastating. We see floods and landslides. I wanted to ask you if monsoons really are getting worse, and why.
The monsoon is the lifeline for the people of South Asia. It supports the life of 2 billion people, a quarter of the world's population. Now it has changed. Instead of having moderate rains spread throughout the season, we are having long dry spells, intermittent with short spells of heavy rains causing landslides and floods. So instead of the rain spread out through the season, we are getting a season's or a month's rainfall in a few days to a few hours time. So now it's like the heartbeat of the monsoon has changed. It slows down for a while, then beep, it skips a beat and raises up all of a sudden. So that's the kind of change that we are seeing, erratic monsoon. And that's because of the science behind it, because it's connected to global warming. A warmer atmosphere holds more moisture and for a longer time. So it doesn't rain for a long time, but when it rains, it powers like cats and dogs. And that's what we are seeing. And this is climate change in action, turning the monsoon into a more unpredictable weather system.
So very erratic and very violent downpours of rain. Disha, I wonder if you've been witnessing or experiencing this around you, where you are in Bengaluru.
Yes, we have. We've already had a slight downpour in Bangalore with not frequent rains necessarily, but it has started because our monsoons have started. But in the recent years, it's been getting worse because even as a landlocked city, Bangalore has been built on lakes and wetlands, and we have experienced severe flooding where a lot of workers, immigrant workers, and the working class and their homes have been flooded and they have been wiped out because of the rain. But this is not fully just the fault of the monsoon, and climate change. It's also because of unplanned infrastructure and development that we did not anticipate and that we have not prepared for. And we still continue to do that to this day. Without taking into account that the climate changes is just going to get worse, and we instead should be building climate resilient infrastructure.
We're going to talk a little bit more about infrastructure later in the show, but I wanted to get Farzana in. We often talk about how these developed nations have the biggest footprint, but those who are paying the heaviest price are Bangladesh. Can you tell us about the most immediate challenges and risks facing vulnerable communities in Bangladesh today?
Yes, actually, if we are like right now when I'm talking to you, it's raining outside. And in September, we were supposed to see rain is just ending, but it's starting right now. And currently in southern part of our country is still underwater from a previous flood, and the area flooded recently was not supposed to flood it, and we were not prepared for this flood. At the same time, the southeast of our country is getting like landslide, and the people, indigenous people of this land are getting hurt because of this monsoon, and because the land is not actually very much aligned with this monsoon, and we are not prepared for how we need to figure out. So even though Bangladesh is very good at like early warning, we didn't had the warning.
Because it's harder and harder to predict, I suppose. And I'm going to get Roxy on that a little later. But Shah, we talk a lot about adaptation these days, almost as if to say, that's it, the battle is almost lost, really, and we need to adapt to a new reality that is here now. Climate change is not some future problem. You are the founder of an organization that works towards that, towards mitigating effects of climate change. Can you talk to us about Footsteps, but also about one project that I'm really interested in? It's called Dream Water.
Footsteps is basically an organization which designs and implements social ventures and programs to address extreme poverty challenges, where climate action is becoming a bigger and bigger issue by every year. So we design all these types of projects which builds resilience of communities on the ground to tackle the adverse climate hazards that are happening, be it cyclones, be it flooding, be it erosion, etc. Just last month, we faced one of the worst flooding in our history. And interestingly enough, it happened in a region which hadn't experienced flooding since 2004. We were one of the first organizations to go on ground. I myself went, and within the first couple of days during a relief and rescue operation, I actually dislocated my shoulder, my left shoulder, and it took us 9 hours to get me to the nearest hospital because the logistics was completely broken down. There was water at some places, there was land at some places, and every step was a risk as well. You didn't know if the next step was going to be land or water itself, or a river body itself. So we actually invented a portable water filter called Dream Water. This idea came back in 2018, where we saw flooding as an opportunity where we could harness all these flood water into drinking water. So it's a portable water filter which you can carry as a backpack, or you can carry around, which can convert up to 15,000 liters of flood water into drinking water. And we're teaching rural women on how to use these systems so that they can become flood respondents as well as water entrepreneurs in their neighborhoods with this device. So our work is ongoing, but what is happening that every year, even though addressing climate change, every year is like a new experience, because flooding, cyclone, and all these climatic hazards are happening at such an unpredictable rate and unpredictable zones that it is getting harder and harder for us to address each year. So our action needs to be more reactive, more proactive rather than reactive, because we need to start taking action now. We are to lessen the impact of loss and damage in the future itself.
You do some fascinating work. Initiatives also coming from the government. I mean, Roxy, it's often civil society that comes up with brilliant ideas like this one. Do you think that governments and authorities in South Asia are doing enough to mitigate the problem today?
Yeah, I would say we have failed on a global scale, massive fail. Emission needs to be urgently while the globe negotiates. We need to urgently mitigate and adapt to those changes. And particularly for South Asia, we are in the tropical region, surrounded by warming waters and melting glaciers from the Himalayas. These are changing quite rapidly, so we cannot wait for the globe to act. And as a country, India is doing a lot on mitigation and adaptation, but it doesn't work out on local levels. Yeah. Mitigation, renewables have increased to about 150 gigawatts functional, but that doesn't mean growing demands. In fact, last year, what I know is that around this time in October 2023, India was in fact importing coal to meet our energy demands. And this is the state for any other country, developing country or developed country as well. The demands, energy demands are showed up. And it shows that we need investment and transformational change in science and innovation, energy sector, etc. But one thing we are forgetting is adaptation, because that is much more complex. As a country, again, India has done national assessment, plan, adaptation funds. Some states have also done similar adaptation plans and funds, but it is not working at local levels. We need localized early warning systems because we cannot wait for the national or the state assessment plan to work out something that doesn't work at local level. Yeah, and which means that we need to assess locally, probably at village or panchayat level, and frame adaptation policies and disaster management based on that. And this is not happening, which is why local communities and collective action is coming up scattered here and there. I'm totally in for collective community action, which Farzana was talking about. In fact, I'm working on a mission on climate-equipped schools and villages where they go on basic monitoring of weather, how much it rains in the last 24 hours, what was the maximum and minimum temperature in the last 24 hours. The equipment cost less than $20 per school. And this can be scaled up with water harvesting and solar powered schools, which is the next step to secure water and energy.
It's a great initiative as well to educate students, right, in terms of the problem. And it's very interesting what you said about localized warning systems, especially in a country as massive as India. I mean, if you have to wait for the central government to say something and trigger down the measures, it would take an eternity. Disha, we actually connected with someone from your town that is doing great work. Harsha Tej is an environmentalist who's been doing some very important local initiatives on the ground. Take a look.
Now this is a lake. When it rains, water from all the catchment area from above collects and comes in through the inlet and it enters the lake. Of the plants like this Canna indica purifies the water. Its roots absorb a lot of heavy metals and toxins and keeps the water clean. So this is a 10-acre lake that never existed. Created this lake. This is in the heart of the city. It is in an attempt to fight the water shortage, the water crisis situation in Bangalore. It will act as a reservoir and it will also help recharge the groundwater when it rains and probably even help the communities around to recharge their borewells. And this is an attempt to fight climate change and also help the environment, the birds and animals, local and migratory, for a place for them to come roost, nest, or even take a dip in our harsh summers. And I would recommend these kind of lakes in most locations where there's water scarcity, so that when it rains, we catch the water where it falls and help the water sequester into the ground and enjoy the water for the tough days, the drier days to come.
Disha, when you talk about more infrastructure to prepare for what's to come and for what's already here, actually, is that part of what you mean as well? Initiatives like that, a simple initiative in terms of harvesting rainwater?
Yes, I think harvesting rainwater is really important, and what Harsh is doing is absolutely brilliant, because in the mid-1800s, Bangalore was actually known as the city of lakes. We had over 1,000 lakes. And now the recent data shows that in 2016, they did a survey and we have only 200 lakes, out of which only 17 are considered as clean and healthy lakes. That is a huge drop down from what we used to be, and it's not that long ago. So we do need local initiatives and we need adaptation on a very hyper-local level, because India is like really, really diverse. What you can implement in my locality may not work well in another locality, because we're such a diverse country. Our land is different, our people are different, and it's really important to have that community consultations and community-led efforts to make it work. And this should come not just from the community, but from the government. We are at a point in time where we need to be actively questioning them and having conversations with them. When I mean the government and local authorities, to ensure that they are implementing and making climate change a priority.
Because I guess there is quite a few different systems of policy in place. What is lacking here is perhaps implementation. Farzana and Shah, I mean, you guys are very young. I'm curious to know, Farzana, if you think that young people like you are as aware that climate change is very much a reality, and are they all involved in attempting to tackle it? Do you feel as though whenever you talk about climate change around you, people understand that everything that is happening is connected to it?
Okay, if we are talking about Bangladesh or even in South Asia, there is no way we actually question that whether climate change is real or not. We see it every day. But if we're talking about do we actually know how to mitigate, do we actually know how to adapt, young people are in forefront. Young people are doing a great job, maybe not in a more policy level, maybe not more how they can connect to the government following negotiation, but in the field they are the one who is doing great job. As Shah was saying that his team was in the field and there was many more who was directly working in the field when there was flood, when we need emergency support. So I think young people knows, but they also need more support in terms of knowing more like in technical terms.
We also spoke to another organization in India called Watershed Organization Trust, who's been working on ecosystems restoration, climate resilient and sustainable agriculture, and water management for the past 3 decades in rural India. Take a look at what they do.
At the larger level, I think at the humanitarian level, basically what you are doing, whatever innovations that we are bringing in, whatever interactions that we are having with the community as well as to the ecosystems around it, I think the things are changing very fast. The environment is changing, people are changing, and your interventions cannot be same all the time for all the years. So we need to be very dynamic in terms of identifying innovative solutions and implementing quickly on the ground. And the approach that we should take at a larger level, EBA, we would call it as EBA approach, wherein you need to have people at the center because we have to adapt to the surrounding, but also not forgetting the ecosystems that is actually making us sustain there. If you forget about that and only focus on development part, we will be in trouble in near future.
Shah, you mentioned this before about things changing fast. We need responses that are accurate and in tune with the speed with which everything is happening around you guys. But I also really liked what you said before the show about the importance of talking about solutions and not only about the problem. Can you help us understand how important that changing narrative really is in terms of tackling climate change today?
See, here's the thing. For the last few decades, we've been saying that climate change is real. We've been basically sharing this narrative with everybody. But right now, climate change is neither a myth nor a legend. It's the reality on ground right now. So in order to address the issue, we need the examples that we can also replicate and be inspired by, just like the example of Harsha that you shared over here. Because these are the solutions, locally led adaptation, which is also backed by public-private partnerships that will ensure that we're able to build communities resilient to the impacts of climate out there. And in terms of the knowledge itself, young people are very knowledgeable regarding the impacts as well as people on the ground. We also need to start sharing this knowledge, especially regarding the actions part, as well as the relation of climate change with other sectors such as health, such as livelihood enhancement, agriculture itself. Because I'll share an example. I went to pitch at a bank who had funding for climate change adaptation projects. So we created a health program, which we pitched to them. And one of the directors asked me, what is the relationship between climate and health? See, these are the issues that we need to address. To create this knowledge that people are aware, especially the ones with the resources, so that we can ensure that adequate amount of resources goes into projects and initiatives which are scalable to basically address the impacts of climate on ground. Because right now, we honestly don't have much time. We need to start promoting as many examples of action on ground so that other people can be inspired and can also replicate these ideas in their own way, in their own communities.
That is very, very important. Roxy, we talked about the difficulty in terms of forecasting what's to come. I mean, according to a study published back in 2021, the Indian subcontinent should expect 5.3% more rain during the monsoon for every additional degree Celsius of global temperature rise. How do you even prepare for that? Where should be the focus right now?
Yeah, our research shows that parts of South Asia have seen a threefold rise in extreme rains during the last 7 decades. Now, this is in response to that 1.2 degrees Celsius of global warming. By 2030, IPCC shows that we will reach 1.5 degrees Celsius, and by 2050, 2 degrees Celsius. And with every degree Celsius, it is not 5.3 actually. It is 7% increase in rainfall. And
what does this, I'm so sorry, Roxy, what does this look like concretely? What does this mean for people?
Yeah, so it means that even that 7 or 10% that is going to be happening in the tropics, that increase is going to be scattered in a few days to few hours time. More intense rains over localized regions. So we see events like cloudbursts happening. Cloudbursts are like when you have 100 millimeter or 200 millimeter of rains in just an hour. Yeah, so and when that happens, regions like mountainous regions, hilly regions, can cause landslides and flash floods. So you can't wait for forecasts because this happens in a few hours time and forecasts fail to pick up these kind of events. So the only thing that you can do is to identify the hotspots that are susceptible to these kind of landslides and cloudbursts. For that, you need excellent monitoring, excellent assessment. So you identify hotspots and frame policies so that you can safeguard both lives and livelihoods. We cannot, if it is a hazardous spot, you cannot have people living there. You cannot have quarrying and mining and other things which change the landscape there, which make it much more vulnerable. Right now, what we see is we squeeze the rivers, we mine the hills and the coastline as well. So all these regions which are vulnerable to climate change are also seeing heavy land use landscape changes. So we need to work and frame policies to safeguard lives and livelihoods.
Disha, one final word from you. I know that because of your work as an activist, sometimes you face quite a lot of backlash from authorities who think you're anti-India or anti-development. What is your message today as we all know what's happening, and especially with all this information that Roxy just shared, that it's all very intrinsically linked to climate change. What is your message today to those in power in terms of protecting communities for the future?
Message is very simple, actually. Just asking for clean air and clean water and land and access to basic human rights and a clean environment to live in is not an act. It is not something that is against the country that you live in. It's not against anyone. It's a basic human right. It's essential to our existence. And when someone asks for those things, it's important to engage in conversation and dialogue and listen them out instead of shutting them down or considering them as anti-development or in my country, anti-India. It's important to engage in criticism because that's what makes a democracy. And we really need more of that from our leaders.
Disha, Roxy, and Shah, thank you all so much for joining us here on the stream. And of course, thanks to Farzana as well, who we had a little earlier. Thank you for being part of the show. And thank you all for tuning in. If you have a comment about our show or any of the episodes, talk to us on social media. All you have to do is use the hashtag or the handle AJStream, and we will look into your questions and suggestions. Take care, and I'll see you soon. After 306 65 days of the war on Gaza, we reconnect with those who have been witnessing and documenting a genocide.
I'm currently living in Cairo, Egypt, trying to move forward while my family is still stuck in the Gaza Strip.
This past year has changed my life in so many ways, but I mean, the main way is that the priorities in my life have completely been realigned. Nothing matters but liberation.
Join us for special episodes of The Stream on Al Jazeera.
That subdivision won't build itself. You need equipment that's built smart so you can work smarter. That's built to deliver more comfort, more productivity, more get it done right. That's built around a durable Kubota engine you can depend on. With skid steers, track loaders, wheel loaders, and the world's #1 selling compact excavator for 18 years, the Kubota construction lineup shows up ready to work every day. Visit your local dealer today.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
How do you see the educational system in Gaza?
Informed opinions.
The Israelis have a very high skill in killing civilians.
Critical debate.
What's happened to Al Jazeera now has to be seen in the context of a whole raft of measures that Israel has been taking against journalists.
Inside story.
What is Israel trying to achieve in Lebanon? Is there a strategy here?
On Al Jazeera.
That happens a lot, but Safe Flight could have helped. So don't let that little chip spoil your trip.
Safe Flight repair, Safe Flight replace.
You're not gonna get it right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff.
Mama!
Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Israel unleashes new airstrikes on Lebanon's capital after warning people in the south of the city to evacuate. Hello, I'm Darren Jordan. This is Al Jazeera, live from Doha. Also coming up, at least 18 Palestinians have been killed after the mosque they were sheltering in was hit by an Israeli airstrike in central Gaza. Demonstrations calling for an end to Israeli attacks in Gaza and Lebanon spread around the world. We'll report live from a rally in Australia. And Donald Trump holds another rally at the site where he survived an assassination attempt in July. There's been a new barrage of Israeli airstrikes in Beirut, with explosions rocking the city's southern suburb into the early hours of Sunday morning. Israel's military had earlier told some residents of Dahiyah to leave. Multiple strikes on the area have caused extensive damage in recent days. Large plumes of smoke were seen after an attack close to Beirut airport. Al Jazeera's Laura Hahn joins us live now from the Lebanese capital. Laura, so yet another night of Israeli airstrikes in Beirut. Tell us what's been happening, Laura.
Well, Darren, some of them extremely heavy indeed, lighting up the night sky. I'm sure you've seen those on your screens. I'm roughly around 7 kilometers away from those southern suburbs. They're just south of where I am in central Beirut. And one of them was so loud, it really just echoed around the buildings surrounding me. So very powerful strikes indeed. They began at around midnight. There were 4 consecutive strikes. Lebanese media said one of them had hit either a petrol station or close to a petrol station, another one on the old airport road. It's important to note, not the new one, but they are taking place extremely close to Beirut airport, right in the center. So this is, of course, very concerning, as one of the flights was taking off as these bombs were coming down, and that was going to Cyprus, clearly taking out, or possibly taking out, more displaced people. But another thing, I was listening to strikes taking place throughout the day yesterday as well, and paramedics have been finding it very difficult just to get in there and see if there are injured, trying to take them out, or even any fatalities. The Israeli strikes have made it very, very difficult to access. And the place is pretty much a ghost town. There are a few people there, but many people have flooded into central Beirut and other areas. Many have ended up simply on the streets.
Yeah, Laura, and the UN's High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, is in Beirut. Why is he there, and how bad is the displacement crisis that you just mentioned there?
Well, when Filippo Grandi landed on Saturday, he did put out a statement on the social media platform X. He said that hundreds of thousands of people have been left destitute or displaced, and he is in solidarity with those affected, and he wants to support the humanitarian effort and really put more pressure on the international community to support them. And that's really because there are very fragile infrastructures, particularly in the south, where a lot of medical facilities are being hit, and many medical practitioners are just too afraid to go to work in a lot of those areas. They feel they're being targeted. There are tens of medics who have also been killed. So, of course, that's becoming increasingly more difficult. Now, the government has reiterated these calls, and they've asked for more than $420 million in order to help with these aid efforts. But we're talking about 1.2 million people displaced, according to the Lebanese government, and more than 280,000 people have left. They've fled to other countries. It's getting, of course, very serious, very tense, very traumatic for these people.
All right, Al Jazeera's Laura Khan there in Beirut. Laura, thank you. Well, Israeli media are reporting more than 110 missiles have been fired from Lebanon into northern Israel since Friday morning. At least 25 people have been killed, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. 3 people were reported injured in Deir al-Assad in northern Israel after a barrage of rockets was fired from Lebanon. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has again vowed to respond to Iran's missile attack last week. Almost 200 missiles were fired from Iran into Israel. Most of them were intercepted, but some hit 2 air bases and areas close to the headquarters of Israel's intelligence agency, Mossad, in Tel Aviv. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Mohammed Jamjoom. He's live for us in Jordan's capital, Amman, and that's because the Israeli government's banned Al Jazeera from reporting in Israel. Mohammed, we understand the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has spoken. Has he said anything new about how Israel intends to respond then?
So, Darren, while Prime Minister Netanyahu has not gone into any specifics as to what targets Israel intends to hit when they retaliate against Iran, he has been extremely defiant, very much keeping in line with the rhetoric we've heard from him and other government leaders in Israel the past several days. They insist that they are going to strike at Iran, that they are going to strike at Iran very hard. And here's a bit more of what Netanyahu had to say when he delivered those remarks.
Iran has already twice launched hundreds of missiles on our land and on our cities in one of the largest ballistic missile attacks in history. No country in the world would tolerate such an assault on its cities and civilians, and neither will the state of Israel. Israel has the obligation and the right to defend itself and to respond to these attacks, and that is what we will do.
And Darren, Netanyahu, they're not just being defiant and insisting that Israel is going to strike back at Iran, but also striking out at comments from Emmanuel Macron, the French president, because Macron had on Saturday suggested that countries that are supplying Israel with weapons should probably stop that in order to put political pressure on Israel to enter into a ceasefire. Well, Netanyahu said that Macron essentially said, "Shame on you," to Macron. He also said that any country, any Western country that was suggesting there should be an arms embargo on Israel was wrong, and that Israel was going to go ahead and carry out the war and win that war with or without anybody's help. Darren?
Mohammed, thank you. Now, the head of U.S. Central Command is reportedly in Israel to discuss a joint strategy on a potential retaliatory strike on Iran. Al Jazeera's Alan Fisher is in Washington, D.C. with more on that visit.
There have been discussions ongoing between the United States and Israel over the last few days, between the defense departments from the State Department and the Israeli counterparts. We know that Joe Biden plans to speak to Benjamin Netanyahu. That call has not taken place yet. Joe Biden confirming that as he left the White House on Saturday. But when he went into the briefing room, remember that surprise visit on Friday, he said that the conversation would happen after the Israelis have chosen their target. Now, General Michael Kurilla, who's the head of CENTCOM, essentially in charge of US operations in the Middle East, it's reported that he has arrived in Israel. It's thought that he'll discuss the targets that are being picked by the Israelis and what help the Americans can give if and when there is an Iranian response on the back of that. Certainly Joe Biden has made his position clear. He doesn't want to see the nuclear facilities targeted. Also, he said that he doesn't want to see the oil refineries, the oil fields targeted too. A couple of reasons for that. One, the environmental damage that that would do. The second thing is that that would drive up oil prices, and that would mean it's more expensive for people in America to fill up their cars. And a month before an election, that could well hit Kamala Harris's chances of winning the election. Now, Donald Trump, who could possibly be the next US president come January, he was asked what he thought the Israelis should do. He said, bomb Iranians' nuclear facilities and worry about the rest later. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, Washington.
At least 21 Palestinians have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a mosque in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. It was sheltering displaced people near the Al-Aqsa hospital. Some of those injured in the attack have been seriously wounded. Israeli strikes have killed more than 50 Palestinians across Gaza since Saturday morning. Al Jazeera's Anas al-Sharif reports on the scene of one attack near Jabalia.
An intense Israeli attack targets a house in downtown Jabalia. A number of the dead are being carried away. Civil defense crews have arrived and are recovering a number of dead bodies.
As everyone knows, this is a civilian home. The occupation doesn't distinguish between anything. The majority of those killed are women and children. There is no resistance here. All of them are little children and women. This is our reality. 5 deliberate and rapid strikes in the span of just 1 hour on Jabalia.
We can see the scale of destruction in the wake of the intense Israeli strike on this house. Residents and civil defense crews continue searching for a number of missing people inside the house and in its vicinity.
We've noticed a steep rise in the number of attacks by Israeli warplanes, targeting homes and residents in northern Gaza. 5 attacks in a span of less than an hour in multiple areas across northern Gaza. We are now in downtown Jabalia, where the house of the Al-Abdullah family was targeted. A number of people have been killed and injured. Our crew continues searching for missing people under the rubble.
Simultaneously as this house was targeted, a number of other houses were targeted as well. Northern Gaza is under attack by a series of intense strikes by Israeli fighter planes and artillery, targeting peaceful residents' houses.
Now, Israel's year-long war on Gaza captured the world's attention, with more than 1 million people displaced, over 41,000 killed, and much of the Strip now lying in ruins. But during that time, hostilities on Israel's northern border with the Lebanese group Hezbollah have increased, and they've now spilled over into a full-blown conflict. Laura Khan is in Beirut, where she takes a look back at the decades of cross-border tension between Hezbollah and Israel.
Hezbollah has been considered a formidable and sometimes controversial fighting force operating in Lebanon for decades. But it would be Israel's war on Gaza and subsequent operations in Lebanon that would test the fighting group and create a dangerous moment for Lebanon and the Middle East. The conflict between Hezbollah and Israel stretches back nearly half a century. And an important year was 1982. This is when Israel invaded Lebanon, rolling in tanks across the border and putting boots on the ground. At this point, a civil war had already been raging in Lebanon for years. This had followed cross-border attacks between the Palestinian Liberation Organization, or PLO, and the Israeli army. The Israelis occupied southern Lebanon all the way to Beirut. The PLO were forced out, but Israel stayed and would contribute to massacres. Over 2 days in September, Lebanese militia backed by the Israeli army killed between 2,000 and 3,500 people in Palestinian refugee camps of Sabra and Shatila in Beirut. The bloodshed caused international outrage. At around this time, Hezbollah began to form as it attracted disaffected youths from marginalized areas. With support from Iran, it would become a formidable power. Over the years, Israel suffered casualties from attacks by resistance groups, Hezbollah among them, and then they withdrew south. At around this time, Israel was stuck in a military quagmire. After 18 years in Lebanon, it finally withdrew forces in 2000. Hezbollah turned its attention to politics, winning its first seats in Lebanon's parliament in 1992. Hassan Nasrallah took the helm and maintained strong ties with Iran. For years, there were various cross-border attacks between Hezbollah and Israel, but 2006 would mark a major escalation. Hezbollah killed 3 Israeli soldiers in an ambush and took 2 captive. Israel sent troops and tanks over the border with the intention of ousting Hezbollah. A 34-day war ensued. This ended with a UN Security Council resolution 1701, which called for the cessation of hostilities and buffer zone free of arms and fighters outside the Lebanese state control. But over the next few years, Israel and Hezbollah accuse each other of continued violations. Israel accused Hezbollah of digging tunnels and maintaining a presence there, and Israel was accused of continuously violating airspace. On October the 8th, Israel invaded Gaza in response to Hamas and other fighting groups' incursion into Israel a day before. Hezbollah responded immediately, renewing border attacks on Israel that would be ongoing in tit-for-tat exchanges for months.
You're not gonna get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff.
Mama!
Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Or destroyed and 1.2 million people displaced. Laura Khan for Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Now, people in Sydney, Australia have joined a wave of global rallies held in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza. Activists also condemned Israel's attack on Lebanon and are calling for a ceasefire in its war on Gaza. Similar demonstrations have been held in major cities around the world, including Jakarta, London, Paris and Cape Town. Well, Daniel Robertson joins us live now from those demonstrations in Sydney. Daniel, so tell us more about today's protest and what's been happening there behind you.
Yeah, protesters here are determined to get their voice heard after a Supreme Court here in Sydney ruled that this event is allowed to proceed. Demonstrators here are calling out Israel's war in Gaza and its killing of civilians in Gaza as well as Lebanon, and they're also standing up against Australia's ties with Israeli military manufacturing companies. Now, this is one of many events that are taking place right across the nation. There are also teach-ins and forums to raise awareness ahead of the October 7th anniversary. Now, New South Wales Police have said that people here are also going to face a heavy police presence, and we have seen many police around the perimeters of this protest already, and police say they are going to crack down on anything that they deem unsafe or illegal, and that also includes the display of any symbols on flags that are associated with any organisations that Australia classifies as terrorist groups. Now, organisers of this event, the Palestine Action Group, have urged all attendees to abide by those rules because they say they want this to remain peaceful. They want their message to be amplified. They want this protest to remain about all those who have been killed in Gaza and in Lebanon.
Yeah, and Daniel, as you said at the start of the live, there were some attempts, weren't there, to block the protest at the Supreme Court?
Yeah, that's right. Earlier this week, New South Wales Police did put an application in the Supreme Court to have this protest banned. They said due to security concerns. And then in the 11th hour, that did change. They withdrew that application and they came up with negotiations with organisers, and there were caveats. Part of The caveat was that they had to change the route and the way they were going to walk through the city to avoid a synagogue, which is in this region. So now the march is allowed to go ahead, and they're going to avoid that area where a synagogue is. Now, there are also going to be vigils that are going to be held over the next couple of days that are going to pay tribute to the hostages that were taken on October 7, as well as all those that have been killed in Gaza and Lebanon. Now, these demonstrations have been going on for an entire year now here in Australia. This is now 52 weeks that this has been ongoing. People here consistently coming out, and demonstrators have told me that hearing from people inside Gaza saying that they have some comfort knowing that people in Australia are standing in solidarity with them, that's what keeps them coming out week after week, and that they won't stop.
All right, Daniel Robertson live for us there in Sydney. Daniel, thank you. Well, time for a short break here in Al Jazeera. When we come back, as China prepares for what could be a record-breaking holiday period, we look at why Golden Week may not be as lucrative as some hope. More on that. Stay with us.
Hey, Julia, are you ready to play band with us? I'm going to play my clarinet.
And Elma's going to play us drum. Drum loud.
Oh, well, you know what to do, Julia.
Julia knows.
With Julia's autism, loud sounds can be too much.
But she still loves to make music. Play band.
Early screening for autism can make a lifetime of difference. Find out more at screenforautism.org.
Journalism is not.
Stimulus in China, but will that revive its slowing economy?
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those barbecues you plan in detail for your family? Or your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
You're not gonna get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff.
Mama!
Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Welcome back. You're watching Al Jazeera. A quick reminder of our top stories here this hour. There have been a series of large explosions in the Lebanese capital following Israeli airstrikes over the past few hours. Some residents in Beirut's southern suburb of Dahia had earlier been told to evacuate by the Israeli military. The strikes have caused extensive damage. At least 21 Palestinians have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a mosque in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. It was sheltering displaced people near the Al-Aqsa hospital. Some of those injured in the attack have been seriously wounded. Now, Haiti's Prime Minister has promised additional police support for the people of a town in the Artibonite region following a deadly gang raid. Gary Conneal visited the surviving victims of Thursday's attack in hospital. Gunmen opened fire on residents in Pont-Sonde, killing at least 70 people and set fire to at least 45 homes. The incidents being blamed on the Grand Griffe gang. Conneal has travelled to the United Arab Emirates and Kenya to ask for more security assistance. Former US President Donald Trump has returned to the same place where he survived an assassination attempt nearly 3 months ago. Security in Butler, Pennsylvania was tightened on Saturday, with sniper teams clearly visible on surrounding buildings. Trump lashed out at his political opponents and called recent attempts on his life acts to silence him. John Hendren has his update from Butler in Pennsylvania.
Donald Trump began his address here in Butler, Pennsylvania, saying, "As I was saying." That was a joking reference to the fact that the last time he was here on July 13th, he was stopped in the middle of his speech by an assassin's bullet. That bullet clipped his ear and stopped the speech. So Trump is here this time trying to burnish that image. If you look around at the merchandise tables here, what you would see is a bunch of T-shirts and other pictures of him with his fist up after that event saying fight, 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 which is what he said. Why are they doing that? Well, Kamala Harris, the vice president of the Democratic Party who's running against him, has had a lot of momentum in this campaign. First, when she was named as the presidential candidate, then when she spoke at the Democratic National Convention, and again in a debate where she was found by most analysts to have decisively beaten Trump. But he has held steady, so they're basically tied across the country and in the battleground states that will likely decide this election. This is Trump's effort to try to give himself a boost and burnish the image of that day, and he did so under much heavier security, behind plexiglass, with a visible presence of Secret Service on the roofs here, and plenty of security on the ground. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Butler, Pennsylvania.
Meanwhile, U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris is visiting Charlotte in North Carolina to assess the damage from Hurricane Helene. The storm tore through several states in the southeastern U.S. a week ago, leaving hundreds dead. Harris attended a meeting with the governor and other state officials. She also pledged ongoing federal support for those affected by the storm.
To find out what's going on the ground, to find out what more we can do in terms of federal aid, such as what we announced today, and the federal support we're giving to Mecklenburg County in terms of disaster relief, the work that we are doing, which is $100 million to assist with the rebuilding of Interstate 40. And also, again, just to thank the folks on the ground for what they're doing every day. And again, I want to thank you, Governor, Administrator, General, everyone who is here, Colonel, for all you are doing on behalf of everyone in this region and our nation. You all are doing extraordinary work, and we are forever grateful to you all.
Rescue workers in Bosnia and Herzegovina are searching for dozens of people still missing following floods. At least 17 people died after heavy rain triggered landslides and flash floods. Heavy machinery is being used to dig through the rubble in mud-covered villages. It's the deadliest flooding in years to hit the Balkan nation. In Pakistan, police have been accused of detaining the chief minister of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, Ali Amin Gandapur, who was a key aide to the former Prime Minister Imran Khan. Khan's party, the PTI, says the chief minister was taken into custody while leading Khan's supporters to Islamabad to protest his imprisonment. Despite a ban on protests, demonstrators have rallied for 2 days, demanding Imran Khan be released from jail, facing off with police who fired tear gas at them. Authorities have blocked off key roads into the capital and suspended some mobile cell phone services. A New Zealand Navy ship has run aground, caught fire and sunk off the coast of Samoa. The incident happened near the southern coast of Upolu on Saturday. New Zealand's Navy is already working at reduced capacity, with 3 of its 9 ships out of action due to personnel shortages. The government only bought the ship in 2018 at a cost of $93 million. All 75 people on board the ship were rescued, despite dangerous conditions.
Rescuers battled currents, swells and winds that threatened to push life rafts and sea boats towards the reefs, and in one case did actually push one of the life rafts onto the reef. The immediate focus right now is on mitigating the environmental impacts and salvaging what is left of the Manawa Nui, if that is possible.
Now, China's week-long national holiday is expected to break pre-pandemic records for domestic travel. But as Al Jazeera's Tony Cheng now reports, many tourists will be doing it on a budget.
What better way to celebrate China's national holiday than a trip to the Great Wall? Tens of thousands of domestic tourists climb up the steep walkways at Badaling. But while everyone is still keen to enjoy the week-long vacation, buzzword this year is low cost.
The economy is not good. It's even harder for me to make money, so I'm spending less.
Yes, I want to save money, even though we're traveling. I'm booking cheaper flights, cheaper hotels, and doing less shopping.
The Bank of China delivered an early holiday gift at the end of last month. Stimulus measures, including funding and interest rate cuts to boost business and consumer spending. China's markets reacted positively. In the days leading up to October the 1st, they rose 20%, the biggest jump in 16 years. But long-term concerns remain regarding a slowdown of economic growth and a faltering real estate market, with debts of more than $7 trillion.
The road ahead will not be smooth. There will definitely be difficulties and obstacles, and we may encounter major tests such as high winds and rough seas, or even stormy roads.
Some of those waves have already hit. The renewal of trade tariffs on products like Chinese electric vehicles by the United States and other major trading blocs points to slowing exports. And bullish talk about relying on domestic strength may not be enough.
The Great Wall was built to keep China protected from the outside world. Today, however, China is a fundamental part of the global economy and can't afford to keep itself isolated.
But this holiday is about celebrating the achievements of the last 75 years. And many see the stock market boost as the first steps back to recovery. Tony Cheng, Al Jazeera, on the Great Wall of China.
Okay, well, that's it from me, Darren Jordan, for now. The news continues here on Al Jazeera after Counting the Cost. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
Let's have a look at the weather across North America over the next few days. And as you can see, it is a largely quiet picture for much of the US. We will, however, see the development of some heavy rain that'll start to pull into the deep south, moving across the Florida Panhandle as well. Places that don't really need that rain will see it over the weekend. Now, across Canada, it's a different story. We've got some very wet and windy weather with gusts of 100 kilometers per hour moving across more eastern areas, with heavy rain stretching down across the Great Lakes. We'll see that push its way across into more eastern areas, bringing a chance of rain to places like New York City on Monday. Now, behind that, across more western areas, we've got another weather system pulling in. That's going to bring some wintry weather to British Columbia and some heavier rain that will touch down into the Pacific Northwest into Washington State on Monday. But across more central areas and across the desert Southwest, it is a story of heat. We will see some wetter weather, however, touching up into the deep south. And there's that rain moving across the Florida Panhandle, pushing into the Bahamas as well. It's a very wet picture around the Gulf of Mexico on Monday.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are in the right seats for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Shelter you can see in the distance.
With detailed coverage.
It's not just Syrian families that are crossing. We've also spoken to Lebanese families who are leaving their country.
From the heart of the story.
Israel's bombing campaign shows no sign of slowing. Now, Hezbollah will need to regroup and decide on how to avenge the killing of its leader.
Hello, I'm Adrian Finnegan, and this is Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera, your weekly look at the world of business and economics. This week, geopolitical tensions in the Middle East are escalating, but how would a wider conflict affect the economies of the parties involved, and what are the ramifications globally? A surprise economic stimulus in China. Beijing has announced big monetary stimulus measures to try to revive its slowing economy, but will it work? And Zimbabwe's new gold-backed ZiG is devalued and weakening further. Is the nation facing yet another currency crisis, or can it succeed in stabilizing its economy? Middle East tensions are ratcheting up, bringing the region closer towards an all-out war. The geopolitical risk rose after Iran launched a major ballistic missile attack targeting sites across Israel. The escalation comes almost a year after Israel started its war on Gaza. Now, a widening war in the region could carry heavy costs for the parties involved, including economic and humanitarian losses. The long-term effects could also have serious ramifications for the global economy. We'll discuss that with our guest shortly, but first, let's take a look at what's at stake here. The price of oil is traditionally sensitive to every twist and turn in geopolitical tensions. Brent crude, the international benchmark oil price, rose as much as 5% to more than $75 a barrel after Iran's attack. Gold prices also rose. Now, Iran is a major oil producer, supplying around 3% of world output despite Western sanctions that have crippled its economy. It also has influence over the Strait of Hormuz, which handles more than 30% of global oil trade. Those supplies could be disrupted. Trade routes in the Red Sea are also at risk after several attacks by Houthi rebels on ships passing through the waterway. Egypt's Suez Canal, though, through which 12% of global trade passes, could also suffer disruption. Lebanon and Syria are the most vulnerable nations to economic losses. The Lebanese government is in desperate need of aid, while the Syrian government can't afford the humanitarian response to the influx of refugees from Lebanon. Israel's war on Gaza has already sparked an unprecedented humanitarian crisis in the Strip, while attacks by the Israeli army and settlers have ground the economy in the occupied West Bank to a halt. The cost of the war on Gaza has hurt Israel's economy significantly. Vital economic sectors are at a standstill. Borrowing has rocketed, while revenues have slumped. Credit rating agency Moody's downgraded the nation for a second time, bringing it closer to non-investment grade. Neighboring countries, including Jordan and Egypt, which depend on tourism and trade, could see a decline in their revenues due to the disruption of supply chains. Unemployment could also rise, and that could hurt their economies even further. Well, joining us now from Doha is Ahmed Halal, who's an economic and political risk analyst and Middle East and North Africa director at the Global Council. Ahmed, good to have you with us. Again, let's start with the price of oil, which rose, around 4% after Iran's missile attack on Israel, but had fallen about 10% over the last 3 months, with OPEC warning recently that the price would remain weak. What might happen to the price of oil if the conflict widens, especially if Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, what we've seen is the return of the geopolitical risk premium to the price of oil. As you said, it shot up by about 7% following the tit-for-tat confrontation. But until that point, markets had largely shrugged off what's happening in the Middle East. Now is different. The conflict is widening, and Iran could decide that its next step is to retaliate against Israel could retaliate against Iranian energy infrastructure, which would take off around $2 million barrels of Iranian oil from international oil markets, which would lead prices to go up by 80 and even reach $100. That said, we've got high inventory. We've got about 5 million barrels of oil in spare capacity between the large oil producers. Those can be brought online to offset the loss of Iranian production, which would help stabilize oil prices. But there's no doubt that the risk premium, geopolitical risk premium to oil prices has returned and has caught oil traders who thought that the market was bearish, caught them off guard.
And if oil does go to $80, $100 a barrel, what will be the impact on global inflation? Of course, many central banks around the world are just beginning to get a handle on inflation right now.
I would undermine the progress that central banks have been achieving. They have begun a rate-cutting cycle. The ECB has, the United States Federal Reserve has. An inflationary shock would happen if oil was to go up to 80 or 100. The last time it did was in the wake of the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the sanctioning of Russian oil, and it added a percentage point to global inflation, and this would have knock-on effects on other parts of the economy. Oil prices affects manufacturing, it affects food and fertilizer prices, so it would have second and third order effects on the global economy, just as it's starting to mount a recovery.
As we've reported several times in the last few weeks on Counting the Cost, Israel's economy has been hurt quite badly by its war on Gaza and would be hurt further still by a wider conflict. What about other economies in the region? Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Egypt. What would be the impact of a wider conflict on them? Could their economies withstand it, especially Lebanon?
Lebanon and Syria are two sides of the same coin. Their economies are interconnected, they're intertwined, they share a very porous border. Both countries are reeling from long-time economic crises. Syria goes back to a 10-year, decade-old civil war. It's got a failing state. Lebanon's banking system, when it collapsed, not only affected the Lebanese currency, but also the Syrian crisis. You have a refugee crisis. You've got 37% of the Lebanese population today made up of Syrian refugees. And then you have in Lebanon today an internal displacement crisis that involves 1 million Lebanese moving from southern regions to flee the fighting, which is going to only further strain the creaking social infrastructure of the Lebanese state. And you have between those two countries now a parallel economy or an informal economy or an illicit economy. You have, for example, a thriving narcotics trade between the corruption and patronage networks that tie the two countries together, and which has led to, for example, Lebanon's exports of fruits and vegetables being banned to major markets in the Gulf because of things like captagon, a narcotic being found inside these goods. So it has been devastating for both economies, and both economies are mirror images of each other.
And what about the economies of Jordan and Egypt?
Jordan is heavily dependent on foreign aid. It hasn't been affected directly by the crisis. Of course, you have tourism being hit. You've got, but Egypt is a bigger story. Egypt is reeling from the worst economic crisis in decades. It has just is certainly not nearly out of the woods. It's accepted foreign aid from the EU, stimulus package from the IMF, big investments from Saudi and the UAE. Investment is just about starting to come in, but Egypt is not out of the woods. Its fundamentals haven't changed, and the war has affected Egypt in material ways. So you've got a year-on-year loss of about 20% revenue from the Suez Canal, which is an important source of hard currency for Egypt, and its tourism sector, which was just recovering from the shocks of COVID and Russia-Ukraine, is being affected.
And what about the impact
by the instability of
And what about the impact of a wider conflict on global trade routes? For instance, the Red Sea, the Suez Canal.
Well, I think the global trade routes and logistics have recalibrated. Costs are significantly higher. The Red Sea continues to be out of bound for most shipping. The Houthis have not relented in their attacks on Red Sea shipping. That has had inflationary effects that by now have been baked into global inflation. So I think that will only continue, and especially if you combine that with higher oil prices, that will have second-order inflationary effects on the global economy.
Global markets seem to have taken things pretty much in their stride, as you were saying earlier. They're quite sanguine for the moment. There's been no big rush to safe havens. How long would that last, or how quickly could things change if a wider conflict were to begin?
Well, I think the impact is going to be coming from oil prices, right? It affects chemicals, it affects sectors across the world, manufacturing, and that's going to really hit the recovery in its tracks. It's going to force central banks to keep interest rates higher, and that's what we have to really focus on. If the interest rates remain higher and price at the pump for consumers goes up, the central banks will have to pause in the rate cutting cycle, and that's going to affect the recovery in a big way. It's going to be also politically sensitive. In an election year for the US, Israel and Iran might have delivered an October surprise for the US elections. If it's going to make it very hard for the Harris campaign to win voters when the price at the pump is going up, when energy production is really becoming a lightning rod political issue in the US, in a battleground states that are producing energy in the United States. So increase in oil prices because of Middle East conflicts have wide-ranging effects on the global economy.
Ahmed, good to talk to you on counting the cost. Many thanks for being with us. China's younger workers are finding it hard to get a job. Businesses are struggling to pay off debts. The wealth of the Chinese people has been depleted by slumping home prices. Investor confidence is depressed, and Beijing's trade relations with the West are strained. Chinese leaders, worried about the sputtering economy, are pulling out all the stops. The central bank unveiled a series of economic stimulus measures last week. It was seen as the boldest attempt to revive economic growth. But is it going to work? We'll discuss that with our guest in a moment. But first, Kulsum Sharif reports.
China's marking the 75th anniversary of its foundation this year. The milestone comes as its stock markets have soared for over a week after China's central bank announced some of its boldest measures in years, aimed at reviving the world's second-largest economy, including a cut in interest rates.
I take the opportunity to announce the following policies. First, reduce the reserve requirement ratio and the policy interest rate and drive the market benchmark interest rate downward. Second, we will lower the interest rate on existing mortgages and unify the minimum down payment ratio for mortgages. Third, create new monetary policy tools to support the stable development of the stock market.
The new measures are aimed particularly at reviving a sector that slowed China's recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. The property sector has been ailing for years after a government crackdown on excessive borrowing for projects. The prolonged slump affected other parts of the economy, from construction to sales of home appliances. Analysts say the mortgage rate cut will boost consumer sentiment and prop up the property market.
The cut releases two signals. The first is to boost residents' consumption, and the second is to stabilize the declining real estate market. It effectively reassures families with existing house loans, which is beneficial for helping the real estate market stabilize quickly and avoid impacting residents' consumption.
The major Chinese cities, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, have eased their home buying restrictions. But concerns remain over high levels of debt among households and businesses, which could limit the effectiveness of the measures. Ahead of the National Day holiday, authorities stepped up efforts to encourage consumer spending, from exhibitions displaying clean energy vehicles to promotions for furniture and smart homeware.
Customers can receive a subsidy of up to 20% when trading in old homeware. Additionally, in line with the consumption surge during the holiday, we have introduced a new batch of environmentally friendly smart home devices featuring high-cost performance.
Chinese stocks had their best one-day rally since 2008 on September 30th. But China's factory activity shrank for a fifth straight month in September, and the services sector also slowed sharply. The stimulus package has boosted the morale of consumers and businesses. But Beijing may need additional bold moves if it's to meet its 5% growth target for 2024. Kulsum Sharif, Al Jazeera, for Counting the Cost.
Joining us now from Shanghai is Sean Ryan. He's the founder and managing director of China Market Research Group, a leading strategic market intelligence firm focused on China, and author of the book, The Split. Sean, good to have you with us. So the government wants to restore confidence in the economy and encourage investment and spending. Is this package of measures enough to do that, or is it just a starting point? Do you see more to come?
It's great to be here. If you know my background, I've been in China for 27 years. And for the first 25, I was one of the biggest bulls on China. But for the last 2 years, I've become one of the biggest bears. And so it's great that the Chinese government has launched what I consider to be a mini stimulus to help rebuild confidence, help get the stock equity markets booming again, try to see if we can get some things happening in the real estate market. And that's all great. I still think the stock market can go up another 10, 20% over the next 1 to 3 weeks. But here's the question. I'm not sure that this mini stimulus is enough to really fix some of the structural problems that are inherent in the Chinese economy today. We have to remember that 30% of the economy used to be based off of real estate. We're now looking for new drivers of growth, which Xi Jinping and the CPC call new productive forces, things like manufacturing in EVs, manufacturing in batteries. The problem, though, is as China gets stronger in NEVs, you're seeing the Western world getting very nervous. You know, the Biden regime has slapped 100% tariffs on Chinese NEVs. The vassal Justin Trudeau from Canada has also slapped 100%. And you also see 18 to 38% tariffs in Europe. So the problem is this stimulus is great to regain investor confidence, but at some point, it's very hard for China's economy to actually grow because the drivers that are supposed to take the place and substitute real estate are being contained by the Western imperial powers.
Okay, so it's just a sticking plaster for the moment, but what were the risks of inaction for China? Was it risking perhaps becoming like Japan and staring down the barrel of a decade of stagflation?
Yeah, we've already dealt with basically 4 lost years in China. We are facing a lost decade economically. You know, income levels are really low. That's why you have an 18.8% unemployment rate in August for Chinese youth. So we're facing serious issues. The Chinese government had to launch a mini stimulus, but here's the problem. It's run out of money. A a lot of local governments have become overly indebted because of very expensive zero COVID policies that they had to adhere to during the COVID era. There's very little tax revenue. So actually what's happened is a lot of local governments are going around to profitable companies and saying, please donate money to local tax authorities because we need to raise money. They're also going along to a lot of wealthy people and saying, you know what, 10, 20 years ago, you were corrupt, you did something illegal, we'll let you go if you pay a fine. But it's very clear that the government had to launch a stimulus in order to regain confidence, but we're also just kicking some of the problems down the road. We need to deal with structural reforms. We need to get youth unemployment down. We need to fix labor market laws so it's easier to hire and fire employees. And most importantly, is we have to make sure that we have stable income. Because even if you have a stimulus where stocks go up, people aren't going to go out and spend if they're not sure if stocks are going to continue to go up. They need to make sure that they know in 2025 or in 2026, their income levels are going to be the same, if not higher than in 2024. Until we see stable income levels, I don't think you're going to have the consumer confidence to go out and spend a lot. Right now, we're in Golden Week in China, big holiday week. Hotel prices and air ticket prices are down 20% year on year because the confidence to spend just isn't there.
Very briefly, Sean, is this stimulus package at least enough to lift the moribund property sector, which has caused so many problems, of course, with China's economy?
I think it's enough to lift equities, and that's why you see institutional investors from around the world, from David Tepper to Fidelity to Capital Group, are rushing into China, but I'm not convinced it's enough to uplift the moribund real estate sector, as you call it, because people still, even if mortgage rates are lower, even if down payment levels are lower, people are not going to buy homes if they think that prices are going to continue to drop. I hope we've reached bottom, but I don't think we've reached bottom anytime soon in real estate.
Sean, really good to talk to you on Counting the Cost. Many thanks indeed for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Official data published in Argentina says that more than half, its 46 million people, are living in poverty. That's a rise of more than 5 million this year alone. These are the first official figures published since Javier Milei became president last December. Daniel Schweimler in the capital Buenos Aires looks now at how those figures translate into reality for millions of Argentinians.
Poverty is nothing new in Argentina, which has lurched from one economic crisis to another over the past 60 years or so. But what the figures published by the State Statistics Office Index show is that 53% of the population now live below the poverty line, can't afford basic food items. That's an increase of more than 5 million this year. 2/3 of them are under 14 years old.
It hurts me a lot because of the kids. The kids are a different issue, and I may not have much, but the little that I have, I try to sometimes give them a piece of chicken, buy large boxes of milk to at least give them some milk, even though I have so little.
Wages have not kept pace with annual inflation of more than 230%, one of the worst in the world. This means people are working the same hours for less, while prices rise almost daily. And this on top of government cuts to subsidies for fuel, health, transport and welfare programs.
Since this government took office, our work has dropped off. We work twice as much for less. At my age, I'm not getting hired anywhere else except maybe dragging a cart and nothing more. So I keep pushing forward.
Pedro sells Hecho in Buenos Aires, a magazine to help those in precarious living conditions.
I get help from the neighbors. I sell the magazine. I've got my job.
But he, like millions of others, is living on the edge, barely able to feed his 8 children.
We're here planning how to resist what's happening. This is a place of resistance, one of the trenches where we're trying to ensure everything doesn't fall apart.
Javier Milei took office in December, promising to drastically cut public spending to tame Argentina's rampant inflation. His government blames the poverty on previous administrations. The rescue, he said, would take time. The markets, the IMF and millions of Argentinians still support him, although latest polls show his popularity is waning. This was once one of the richest countries in the world, certainly one of the wealthiest in Latin America. But now major crises follow minor booms. There's no stability, and an impatient population turns to ever more eccentric leaders who promised instant solutions. President Milei hasn't delivered one of those, not yet. With each day that passes, more Argentinians wonder when, if he'll deliver, or whether the seemingly endless round of economic crises is set to continue. Daniel Schweimler, Al Jazeera, for Counting the Cost in Buenos Aires.
It is the country's sixth currency in 25 years. The gold-backed ZiG was launched 6 months ago in an attempt to tackle a long-running currency crisis and inflation. But Zimbabwe gold was devalued by more than 40% against the dollar last week. The move by the central bank to slash the local exchange rate of its currency signals persistent trouble in the nation's economy. The ZiG replaced the Zimbabwean dollar, which had crashed several times since being reintroduced 5 years ago. Previous attempts to stabilize the currency were undermined by the central bank, printing money to finance government borrowing. The Zimbabwean dollar suffered one of the world's worst crashes to date in 2009. The government was printing $10 trillion notes, and hyperinflation was running at 5 billion%. The nation's president has vowed to implement measures to stop the currency sliding. Joining us now from Harare in Zimbabwe is Prosper Chitambara, who's a development economist and senior researcher for the Labour and Economic Development Research Institute for Zimbabwe. Prosper, good to talk to you again. So why has the central bank devalued the ZiG? Why has the public in Zimbabwe failed to embrace it?
Well, I think your first question, they have devalued it to allow for market forces of demand and supply to have a greater say in terms of exchange rate determination. As you also know, the parallel market rate was also depreciating, so the premium was actually widening. So the central bank, through the Monetary Policy Committee, has decided to adopt a more liberal exchange rate. So that has actually necessitated the devaluation that we have seen. And that devaluation, in my view, is that it's also being driven by the huge mismatch in terms of the demand for the USD and the available supply. So I think that is pushing pressure, obviously, on the exchange rate. People have not yet fully embraced the Zimbabwe gold, given the challenges that we've had in the past with respect to chronic high inflation as well as hyperinflation. So in terms of the trust and confidence in the ZiG, there's still a huge gap and deficit that the central bank and the fiscal authorities have to work on in terms of filling up.
Prosper, when you say that the central bank wants to take a more liberal approach to the exchange rate, does that mean that the ZiG will be allowed to float freely on currency markets, or are they still going to control the exchange rate?
Well, they are moving towards allowing a more a free float to some extent. Maybe not a 100% free float, because the central bank still maintains the 25% surrender requirement. So there are still some controls within the foreign exchange management system. But what we are hearing is that they want to allow market forces of demand and supply to have a greater say in terms of the pricing of foreign exchange in Zimbabwe.
6 currencies in 25 years. Why has the central bank been unable to get a handle on the country's economic and monetary policy? To what extent is the government the biggest threat here to its own currency and its own economy?
Yes. I think our biggest challenge is emanated largely from lack of fiscal discipline. So in other words, we have failed to control public spending to within sustainable levels. So we have run deficits for the longest of times. And we have actually used the central bank overdraft facility to finance those deficits. So that has created inflationary pressures within the economy. So I would say ultimately our biggest challenge relates to the lack of fiscal discipline, but also lack of monetary discipline. So money supply growth rate has been very, very unsustainable. Even when you look at the numbers, between end of April this year and end of June this year, reserve money has actually increased by 30%, which is highly unsustainable given the state of our economy, which has been exacerbated by the drought. So Zimbabwe is currently facing a drought, which has affected agricultural production, the manufacturing sector, and also the softening of mineral commodity prices has also put a lot of pressure on our current account. So this year has been a very challenging year. And also because of the drought, we are experiencing rolling power outages.
Always good to talk to you, Prosper. Many thanks indeed for being with us again on Counting the Cost.
Thanks.
And that's our show for this week. If you'd like to comment on anything that you've seen, I'm at A Finnegan on X. Try to remember to use the hashtag AJCTC, or you could drop us a line. Countingthecost@aljazeera.net is our email address. There's plenty more for you online at aljazeera.com/CTC. That takes you straight to our page, and there you'll find individual reports, links, and entire editions for you to catch up. But that's it for this edition of Counting the Cost. I'm Adrian Finnegan from the whole team here in Doha. Thanks for being with us. The news on Al Jazeera is next.
Israeli forces seek to silence the truth in Gaza and the occupied West Bank by indiscriminately killing journalists. Al Jazeera's journalists have paid the price. This is not just an attack on journalism, it's an attack on the world's right to know. The truth must be protected and heard, and the stories of real people must be told. Journalism is not a crime. Oppressing it is.
Born in Palestine under British rule. Educated in America. A controversial professor in New York.
He realized that he was the voice for other people.
Al Jazeera World explores what made him an influential writer and champion of the Palestinian cause in the West. Edward Said, Out of Place.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you prevent wildfires.
Dude, I've got this. I've been camping since I was 5 years old.
But I am a camping influencer.
You know what? I'll bet you $5. Assistant Smokey, what is the best way to put out a campfire?
To put out a campfire, drown with water, stir, drown again. Then make sure the fire is out cold by feeling with the back of your hand.
Wait, really?
I'll take the $5.
Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award. Nominate your hero now.
Israel unleashes new airstrikes on Lebanon's capital after warning people in the south of Beirut to evacuate. Hello, I'm Darren Jordan. This is Al Jazeera live from Beirut. Also coming up, at least 18 Palestinians have been killed after the mosque they were sheltering in was hit by an Israeli airstrike in central Gaza. Demonstrations calling for an end to Israeli attacks in Gaza and Lebanon are held around the world. And Donald Trump holds another rally at the same site where he survived an assassination attempt in July. There's been a new barrage of Israeli airstrikes on Beirut, with explosions rocking the city's southern suburb into the early hours of Sunday morning. Israel's military had earlier told some residents of Dahiyya to leave. Multiple strikes on the area have caused extensive damage in recent days. Large plumes of smoke were visible after an attack close to Beirut airport. Al Jazeera's Laura Khan is in Beirut with the latest.
Well, there have been Israeli airstrikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut throughout the night. There were
4 consecutive strikes at around midnight. Some of those absolutely massive, lighting up the night sky. And then they were taking place throughout the evening, finishing around 4 a.m. local time. They've also been taking place throughout the day. Yesterday we've heard drones circling ahead. Now, one of the big issues has been for paramedics to get in, to see if there's any injured, to see if there are fatalities, and to get them out. These strikes, the continuous strikes, are preventing them from doing that. But we've also seen a lot of action taking place in the south of Lebanon. Hezbollah has issued a statement to say that it stopped an infiltration of Israeli forces in the Blida village, which is just on the border with Israel. But the conflict that Hezbollah was born out of has been going on for decades. Here's my report. Hezbollah has been considered a formidable and sometimes controversial fighting force operating in Lebanon for decades. But it would be Israel's war on Gaza and subsequent operations in Lebanon that would test the fighting group and create a dangerous moment for Lebanon and the Middle East. The conflict between Hezbollah and Israel stretches back nearly half a century. And an important year was 1982. This is when Israel invaded Lebanon, rolling in tanks across the border and putting boots on the ground. At this point, a civil war had already been raging in Lebanon for years. This had followed cross-border attacks between the Palestinian Liberation Organization, or PLO, and the Israeli army. The Israelis occupied southern Lebanon all the way to Beirut. The PLO were forced out, but Israel stayed and would contribute to massacres. Militia backed by the Israeli army killed between 2,000 and 3,500 refugees of Syrian in Beirut. International outrage. At around this time, Hezbollah began to form as it attracted disaffected youths from marginalized areas. With support from Iran, it would become a formidable power. Over the years, Israel suffered casualties from attacks by resistance groups, Hezbollah among them, and then they withdrew south. At around this time, Israel was stuck in a military quagmire. After 18 years in Lebanon, it finally withdrew forces in 2000. Hezbollah turned its attention to politics, winning its first seats in Lebanon's parliament in 1992. Hassan Nasrallah took the helm and maintained strong ties with Iran. For years, there were various cross-border attacks between Hezbollah and Israel, but 2006 would mark a major escalation. Hezbollah killed 3 Israeli soldiers in an ambush and took 2 captive. Israel sent troops and tanks over the border with the intention of ousting Hezbollah. A 34-day war ensued. This ended with a UN Security Council resolution 1701, which called for the cessation of hostilities and buffer zone free of arms and fighters outside the Lebanese state control. But over the next few years, Israel and Hezbollah accuse each other of continued violations. Israel accused Hezbollah of digging tunnels and maintaining a presence there, and Israel was accused of continuously violating airspace. On October the 8th, Israel invaded Gaza in response to Hamas and other fighting groups' incursion into Israel a day before. Hezbollah responded immediately, renewing border attacks on Israel that would be ongoing in tit-for-tat exchanges for months. Or destroyed, and 1.2 million people displaced. Laura Khan for Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Israeli strikes in Lebanon's Bekaa Valley have also intensified. The ancient city of Baalbek is home to 2 Roman temples designated as UNESCO World Heritage Sites. But they're now under threat as the city, long considered a Hezbollah stronghold, is targeted by Israel's military. Asad Beg reports now from Baalbek.
Ruins left behind in a city famous for its Roman ruins. The task of cleaning up under constant Israeli airstrikes seems futile. But people have no other choice. Baalbek is in Lebanon's Beqa Valley and is famous for its 2,000-year-old Roman temples, designated as UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The city has witnessed wars and conflict, been conquered by Alexander the Great and sacked by the Mongols. But now it must contend with modern bombs dropped by Israeli forces, threatening its ancient sites. No tourists dare come here during the conflict, and the gates of the temples are locked.
We were born here and we will not leave. Baalbek is empty. No foreigners, no tourists, and the lack of tourists is affecting everyone. We are struggling now and have been for several years.
It's considered a Hezbollah stronghold. Most people have left, and those who remain say they've seen nothing like what's taking place now.
Baalbek has not witnessed the brutality that it's witnessing currently, with the civilian casualties and violence. The Europeans sent them here to colonize us.
Strike after strike after strike. People here tell us they're living under constant fear. Authorities in Baalbek say in the last 2 weeks, hundreds of people have been killed and hundreds more wounded.
In the last week alone, there's been over 150 Israeli strikes on Baalbek. That's why over 80% of the population here has left. But there seems to be no let-up in the Israeli bombardment. Asad Beg, Al Jazeera, Baalbek, Beqa.
Well, Israel has followed through with its pledges to kill senior members of Hezbollah and Hamas. It's assassinated several people on Lebanese soil. In January, a drone strike on Hamas offices in southern Beirut killed Saleh al-Aruri. He was a founding member of the group's military wing. In July, Israel claimed responsibility for killing Fouad Shakur, Hezbollah's chief of staff and a senior advisor to its leader. Last month, Ibrahim Akil was killed. He was a senior commander of Hezbollah's elite Radwan force, tasked with infiltrating Israeli territory. On September the 27th, the heaviest Israeli bombardment of Lebanon since 2006 killed Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. And a few days later, Israeli airstrikes on the city of Tyre killed Hamas leader in Lebanon, Fatah Sharif. Well, earlier we spoke to former US diplomat Nabil Khouri. He says Israel's long-term goals for Lebanon are likely far more extensive than simply pushing back Hezbollah.
In 2006, their goals were fairly limited. They were trying to degrade and push back Hezbollah. It didn't last very long. This time around, the attacks have been much more extensive than they were back then. They're also all over Lebanon and not just in one area. I think they're also seeking this time to change the power structure in Lebanon. There is currently no president in Lebanon because of a stalemate between the political factions there. There's a caretaker government. I think what they'd like to do is help install someone who would be, if not totally allied with them, at least not hostile to Israel. Netanyahu is not interested in even a temporary ceasefire. He's certainly not interested in a stable peace with the Palestinians. The opposition in Israel has criticized him for that, and he has been accused inside Israel of not caring for peace and not caring even for the lives of the hostages being held by Hamas. They have said as much that in terms of Lebanon, they have recently said they are not interested in a ceasefire. They want to continue until their goals are accomplished.
Well, Lebanon is home to around 250,000 Palestinian refugees, with nearly half living in 12 overcrowded refugee camps. We spoke to one Palestinian teenager about his living conditions in the country.
اسمي بكر الصديق، لاجئ فلسطيني في مخيم البداوي شمال لبنان. عمري 19 سنة. جدي كان بقرية شفا عمر قضاء عكا، تهجر منا بسبب الجرائم الصهيونية اللي صارت. نحن ولدنا وبإيدنا علم فلسطين وبنحلم إنه نرجع على القرى وعلى المدن. كثير عنا آمال وعنا أحلام، بس بسبب المجازر الصهيونية اللي صارت كل هذا انلغى. صار لنا أكثر من سنة عم نشوف المجازر قدامنا على شاشات الجزيرة على المباشر. عم نشوف الأطفال كيف عم يستشهدوا، الشباب، الثيارية. فأثرت كثير بالنفسية تاعيتي. بطل لي نفس أدرس، صار في عندي كتير صعوبات زيادة على اللي كان عندي إياهن. وهلأ في عنا 11,000 قتيل طالب و17,000 جريح طالب كمان. يعني الواحد بقول الله يعينن. أنا بدرس بزنس بالجامعة اللبنانية سنة أولى، لأنه ما عنا خيار غير هذا الشغل وكم اختصاص تاني. إحنا ما عنا حقوق تغطينا، ما عنا كل حقوق. الشركة الكبيرة ما بتاخدنا وخياراتنا كتير محدودة بالشغل بلبنان. صار أمل العودة لإلي أكبر بالنسبة لإلي، وهلأ الجبهات كلها صارت مساندة لفلسطين، من جنوب لبنان لليمن للعراق لغزة لساحة الضفة. كل نسعى بتكاتفوا لحتى ينهوا الإسرائيلي والبطش الإسرائيلي على الفلسطينيين. أكيد إحنا مع طوفان الأقصى ومع اللي عملته حماس والمقاومة الفلسطينية ب 7 أكتوبر، لأنه إحنا طلعونا من فلسطين بقوة السلاح. إحنا كنا مواطنين عزل، ما معنا سلاح ما معنا شيء. إجوا تهجموا على أهالينا وطردوهم بالقوة، فاليهود ما حيطلعوا غير بالقوة.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has again vowed to respond to Iran's missile attack last week. Almost 200 missiles were fired from Iran into Israel. Most of them were intercepted, but some hit 2 air bases in areas close to the headquarters of Israel's intelligence agency Mossad in Tel Aviv. Mohammed Jamjoom has more from Amman in Jordan.
While Prime Minister Netanyahu has not gone into any specifics as to what targets Israel intends to hit when they retaliate against Iran, he has been extremely defiant, very much keeping in line with the rhetoric we've heard from him and other government leaders in Israel the past several days. They insist that they are going to strike at Iran, they are going to strike at Iran very hard. And here's a bit more of what Netanyahu had to say when he delivered those remarks.
Iran has already twice launched hundreds of missiles on our land and on our cities in one of the largest ballistic missile attacks in history. No country in the world would tolerate such an assault on its cities and civilians, and neither will the State of Israel. Israel has the obligation and the right to defend itself and to respond to these attacks, and that is what we will do.
Netanyahu, they're not just being defiant and insisting that Israel is going to strike back at Iran, but also striking out at comments from Emmanuel Macron, the French president, because Macron had on Saturday suggested that countries that are supplying Israel with weapons should probably stop that in order to put political pressure on Israel to enter into a ceasefire. Well, Netanyahu said that Macron essentially said shame on you to Macron. He also said that any country, any Western country that was suggesting there should be an arms embargo on Israel was wrong, and that Israel was going to go ahead and carry out the war and win that war with or without anybody's help.
Demonstrations are being held around the world ahead of the 1-year mark since Israel launched its war on Gaza. Thousands of people rallied in the Indonesian capital, Jakarta. They gathered in solidarity with the Palestinian people and are calling for an end to Israel's war. Activists in Australia condemned Israel's attacks on Lebanon and are calling for a ceasefire in the war on Gaza. Similar protests have been held in major cities around the world, including London, New York, Paris and Cape Town. Daniel Robertson has more from Sydney.
Protesters here say they are determined to get their voice heard after the Supreme Court in Sydney allowed this event to proceed. This is one of many events taking place right across the country that also includes educational forums and teach-ins to try and raise awareness. But here in Sydney, in Australia's largest city, thousands are turning out to stand in solidarity with the Palestinians. The New South Wales State Government said that people here will be faced with an overwhelming police presence and that police will crack down on any actions that they deem unsafe or illegal. Now, organisers of this event, the Palestine Action Group, which has been at the forefront of organising protests throughout the year, they have urged all attendees to follow those rules because they say they want this protest to remain peaceful. They say they want their message to remain at the forefront of this campaign. They say they are standing up against Israel's war in Gaza and its killing of civilians in Gaza as well as Lebanon, and they are calling out Australia's ties with Israeli military manufacturing companies. Now, thousands are turning out across Sydney, and people here say that they want the memory of all those who have been killed in Gaza Gaza as well as Lebanon to stay at the forefront, at the heart of their campaign. And people here have told me, hearing from people in Gaza who have had some comfort knowing that Australians are standing in solidarity with them, has allowed them to keep coming out week after week for a year.
Lots more still to come here in Al Jazeera, including vaccinations against Mpox begin in Democratic Republic of Congo, an effort to curb an outbreak that spread to other parts of Africa. And that sinking feeling, a New Zealand Navy vessel runs aground and catches fire in the South Pacific. More on that, stay with us.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you prevent wildfires.
Dude, I've got this. I've been camping since I was 5 years old.
But I am a camping influencer.
You know what? I'll bet you $5. Assistant Smokey, what is the best way to put out a campfire?
To put out a campfire, drown with water, stir, drown again, then make sure the fire is out cold by feeling with the back of your hand.
Wait, really?
I'll take the $5.
Oppressing it is.
Hard-hitting interviews.
They say that your government has repressive policies.
Respect of human rights is most important task for my government.
Facing realities.
What you're saying is that you were restricted by the Israelis in terms of your movements at the time.
That's right. We were totally restricted.
Thought-provoking answers.
How much of a threat do you think Mpox is right now to Africa?
It seems to be spreading more easily.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are in the right seats for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Watching Al Jazeera, a quick reminder of our top stories here this hour. There's been a series of large explosions in the Lebanese capital following Israeli airstrikes over the past few hours. Some residents in Beirut's southern suburb of Dahiyeh had earlier been told to evacuate by the Israeli military. The strikes have caused extensive damage. Demonstrations are being held around the world ahead of the one-year mark since Israel launched its war on Gaza. Thousands of people rallied in the Indonesian capital, Jakarta. They gathered in solidarity with the Palestinian people and are calling for an end to Israel's war. Activists in Australia condemned Israel's attacks on Lebanon and are calling for a ceasefire in its war on Gaza. Similar protests have been held in major cities around the world, including London, New York, Paris and Cape Town. Now, a vaccination campaign against Mpox is underway in Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The city's been hit the hardest by an outbreak. The disease has killed almost 1,000 people in DRC since the start of the year. Alan Akani has more now from Goma.
The vaccine against Mpox was officially launched today by the DRC officials here in the province of North Kivu, mainly in the town of Goma, here in the presence of different partners, those who are involved directly in this vaccination campaign, including the WHO. Only for this province of North Kivu, authorities are expecting to administrate vaccine on more than 48,000 people, mainly people coming from the IDPs. These are the most vulnerable people we have here since the virus was detected here in this area. Then they will have to start tomorrow also in the other side of South Kivu, where some severe cases have been recorded for the last January up to now. Almost the country now is recording around 30,000 cases with 900 death cases across the country. The challenge remains right now for the fact that children are not concerned for this first step of the vaccination, while they are the one representing almost 70% of people under the treatment and even among the death cases. But officials say they are also expecting another vaccine from Japan. That is the vaccine which might probably be given to children. But this is the main concern among the community here, because even women or the parents, those who have been affected by the virus, they were mostly affected through their children. Like the case here in the camp, for example, majority of the people are living under the same shelters in a very dire condition, 20 people, 15 people, and then they are obliged to keep all those in the same places, and mainly children with their parents. But these are not people that will be concerned by this vaccination, but authorities are assuring that at least this step will help to stop the spreading of the virus within the community while they're waiting for another vaccine to arrive from other partners. Alan Waikani, Al Jazeera, Goma, the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Now, at least 21 Palestinians have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a mosque in Deir al-Balah, that's in central Gaza. It was sheltering displaced people near Al-Aqsa Hospital. Some of those injured in the attack have been seriously wounded. Israeli strikes have killed more than 50 Palestinians across Gaza since Saturday morning. Al Jazeera's Hani Mahmoud joins us from Deir al-Balah. Hani, so what more can you tell us about these latest Israeli airstrikes?
Yes, well, this is a very horrific, sad morning across the street from the hospital, a mosque that has been turned into a shelter for almost a year now of this genocidal war. Displaced families have been using this mosque to shelter, to protect themselves, their children, and whoever doesn't have a home here, doesn't have a tent, take the mosque as a shelter for almost a year. The Israeli army carried out a deadly attack past midnight at about 2 o'clock in the morning. The fighting jet dropped the bomb on this mosque and severely damaged the facility, the holes. When we walked by this morning, we drove by the mosque, we could see literally the scale of destruction caused to the mosque and its facilities and the properties around it, including many of the department stores on the main road right here across the street from the hospital. But 21 people being killed, and it took civil defense crew and paramedics, despite the short distance between the mosque and the hospital here. We're talking about 50 meters away from each other, but it took paramedics and civil defense crew members close to 3 hours to remove bodies because of the sheer level of rubble and the damage that was caused made it very difficult. They had literally to remove large slabs of concrete and pieces and concrete in other areas just to remove bodies from under the rubble and bring him here to the hospital. What you see here in the background, a group of people here, these are the surviving family members who were sheltering in other centers and in schools across the Balah, who rushed this morning, and at earlier even hours they were here to check on remaining family members who were still inside the mosque sheltering. But 21 people being brought to the hospital here, and we could see the sadness and the tragedy in the eyes of surviving families here at the hospital. This is not the first time we see mosques being deliberately attacked by the Israeli military. It happened repeatedly since day one of this genocidal war, just deepening a sense of no safe place, not even mosques, not even places for worship. People turn them into shelters. They are not safe, similar to hospitals. They are not safe at all, similar to evacuation centers. These are the schools, honor schools or public schools that have been housing many of the displaced families are not safe. This is part of the psychological warfare the Israeli military is deploying since day one of this genocidal war, deepening a shattered sense of safety among the displaced population.
All right, Al Jazeera's Hani Mahmoud live for us there in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Hani, thank you. Former US President Donald Trump has returned to the same place where he survived an assassination attempt nearly 3 months ago. Security in Butler, Pennsylvania was tightened on Saturday, with sniper teams clearly visible on surrounding buildings. Trump lashed out at his political opponents and called recent attempts on his life acts to silence him.
You're not gonna get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are in the right seats for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
And all of this will be for nothing if you don't get out and vote.
Meanwhile, US Vice President Kamala Harris is visiting Charlotte in North Carolina to assess the damage from Hurricane Helene. The storm tore through several states in the southeastern US a week ago, leaving hundreds dead. Harris attended a meeting with the governor and other state officials, and she also pledged ongoing federal support for those affected by the storm. Rescue workers are searching for dozens of people who are still missing following floods in Bosnia and Herzegovina. At least 17 people died after heavy rain triggered landslides and flash floods. Rescue teams are digging through the rubble in mud-covered villages. Haiti's Prime Minister has promised additional police support for the people of a town in the Artibonite region following a deadly gang raid. Gary Connell visited the surviving victims of Thursday's attack in hospital. Gunmen opened fire on residents in Ponson, killing at least 70 and setting fire to at least 45 homes. The incident's being blamed on the Grand Grif gang. Conville has traveled to the United Arab Emirates and Kenya to ask for more security assistance. Now, a New Zealand Navy ship has run aground, caught fire and sunk off the coast of Samoa. The incident happened near the southern coast of Upolu on Saturday. New Zealand's Navy is already working at reduced capacity, with 3 of its 9 ships out of action due to personnel shortages. The government bought the ship in 2018 at a cost of $93 million. All 75 on dangerous conditions.
Rescuers battled currents, swells and winds that threatened to push life rafts and sea boats towards the reefs, and one case did actually push one of the life rafts onto the reef. The immediate focus right now is on mitigating the environmental impacts and salvaging what is left of the Manawa Nui, if that is possible.
Okay, well, that's it from me, Darren Jordan, for now. You can, of course, find much more information on our website, aljazeera.com. There it is on your screen. The news continues here after Talk to Al Jazeera. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
The very southwest, places like Yemen and Saudi Arabia are likely to see some heavier showers, possibly some thunderstorms as well. Largely clear across the Levant, sunshine for much of Turkey on Sunday, but on Monday we have got some unsettled weather creeping across the Black Sea, and that's going to throw some showers to northern areas and bring the temperature down for the likes of Ankara. Now, temperatures have come down across the northwest of Africa for Morocco. You can see some rain edging around more central areas there on Sunday. We could see some showers creeping across into Algeria and Tunisia as well. But it's not the sort of wet weather we're seeing further south of this for West Africa. We've got some thunderstorms continuing for places like Sierra Leone and Guinea as well. Heavy rain continues to fall as well across Gabon. We'll see the rain pick up further south of this in South Africa on Monday. For the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, it's a rainy picture.
You're not gonna get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
A content creator. A rescue worker. And a child. The devastation visited upon them. And their indescribable resilience. Gaza, nowhere safe on Al Jazeera.
I'm Charlie Angela, and this is London, known for its non-stop bustle. From October to December, one of its busiest intersections, the iconic Piccadilly Circus, will transform. For 10 minutes, these high-definition commercial screens will blur reality, turning from adverts to abstract, inviting passers-by to pause, reflect, and question the environments they rush through. This LED takeover is the latest work by Olafur Eliasson, the Icelandic-Danish artist known for challenging the way we engage with our world. This new work, Life World, will also appear in Seoul, Berlin, and later in New York. But in a world widely driven by consumerism, can a moment of introspection make any difference? And in a time of conflict, growing inequality, polarization, and climate crisis, can people afford the time to stop and reflect? And reflect on what? Oliver Eliasson talked to Al Jazeera.
Oliver Eliasson, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera. Now, you've said that art for you is about examining our relationship with the world and with ourselves. Tell me how your new work, Life World, tries to achieve this.
The work I'm doing now is outdoor in public space and also on the computer screen a little bit. But on a number of places, and that is Times Square in New York, Piccadilly Circus in London, and K-pop Square in Seoul, and on Kurfürstendamm in Berlin, to have them all. What it is, it's a work that is on these very large screens that normally are used for advertisement. Right? So for a few minutes, every night, for a couple of months now, in between this. And my work there is, of course, going to be different than what you normally see. So your question about the relationship between me and my world, or you and your world, or the world and people, is something that art, to a large extent, always have dealt with. And what I think is interesting is, of course, the fact that the world is changing, and we could ask ourselves, well, how am I? How am I doing? How am I coping with it? What's going on? What's the world around me? And as we know, these particular places, Piccadilly Circus, Times Square, there's an information load, right? There's an enormous amount of information, and that kind of reminds us a little bit about the world. There's
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Arab al-Ramsha.
I would like to think this overload, this amount of stuff, right? There's just so much, and maybe I just need a little space. Maybe I just need a bit of openness, a bit of slowness, a bit of, well, tenderness, if you want. So in this particular case, I have worked with what I call the blur, or something blurry. And see, now blurry for me is not like making art that is like overcooked pasta, or like a wet noodle or something. No, it's a sort of, it's a fierce blurriness. It's something that is actually going into public space and addressing, well, how do we feel about these spaces?
So you've chosen not a quiet contemplative space of a museum or an institution, a very deliberate, bustly, commercial space. What are you hoping people will do in those moments? What are you hoping people will reflect on in that quiet?
Public space is supposed to represent what we believe in. It's our values are reflected in public space. We plan cities accordingly, we make architecture accordingly. There's all kinds of things going into public space so that it reflects what we own, what we believe in. Right? We would like to think that the public space does what we have done. Now, is that really the case? And is public space actually as hospitable as we would like to think? Does it honor my values? Is that what I paid tax for? Is this what I wanted? So one could take the argument that public space has been privatized. It's not actually public, and it is not, as we would think, maybe supporting diversity. Because if you don't have money, maybe you shouldn't really be there. I mean, if you're different, you shouldn't be there. If you don't believe in the same political system, you shouldn't be there. The public space is not quite as public, I would like to argue, as we think. So what is needed? What is the response to that? And I think my interest is to sort of give spaciousness back.
Your work spans 2 decades now. You've worked on all 7 continents, and you have made some of the most ambitious installations in contemporary art, largely dealing with the welfare of our world. What is it, do you think, about your work that resonates so strongly with people?
Oh, thank you for making it all sound so great. That's so kind. See, now, sometimes I like to say, I don't know. this could be a good one answer here, because I also think it's a valid answer, but I'm not really allowed in these types of situations because this is not the culture of these types of talks. The I don't know answer is because, but I'm actually frankly speaking quite uncertain. But something that I think resonates across, how should I say, across continents. Well, it's very ambitious, I know. So something that resonates is if people say, oh, I know how this is done, or I get it. This is I personally even like it when people say, my God, I could have done this at home, in the garage. I like it. Because that means there's something not alienating. There's something kind of welcoming. I said, I could even afford, this is tin foil, I have that in my kitchen. I could have done that.
Are we talking about the weather project?
Yeah, well, maybe not necessarily, but by all means, the weather project was actually, I don't want to say it was not hard to do, but it was not complicated. It was not, and this is not necessarily what is right and wrong in art, but what people relate to, I think, if it is demystified, it is not some kind of magic Las Vegas kind of situation where people are like, whoa. You know, the way spectacularism has become taken over by the commercial sort of interest. But spectacular can also be something that is done just with, you know, a bit of trickery at home. So that is one element, I think. But I also find it essential to me that people can come to a work of art, and that's not just my work, but I think that it's essential where people, when they engage in culture, when they read a book, look at a theater play, look at dance, they go like, that's how I feel. This is me. That's what I would have done in the book. That poem gives structure or language or space to a feeling that I have not yet articulated. I feel reflected. It is as if this painting saw me. I went to see the painting in the museum, but I left the museum feeling seen. It was as if what I am dealing with is somehow acknowledged. I was allowed to relax my avoidance of pain. This is very essential because it doesn't happen very often. My defensiveness came down. I became more vulnerable. I became more honest.
You talked about pain there. We are now living in times of extreme global inequality, conflict, polarization, climate crisis. I'm interested to know what role you think culture can play in tackling these issues and whether or not you consider your art as a loose form of activism. I
think culture plays a significant role in society. So now, I think culture is a transformative power. It's a power that is largely also quite slow. It's contemplative. It's very focused on embodiment. It's not very media friendly. It's not very fast. I don't think I'm an activist. I respect activists too much, so I'll try to take that hat. Activists can be a fast response, immediately raise an issue. No, art is, and I'm generalizing a bit, a slower, a different type of
Alarm. Kiryat Shemona. Manara. Alarm! מעגן מיכאל, זיכרון יעקב, מעיין צבי. פורדיס, מאיר שפיה, דור, נחשולים, עופר, אבונים, עין איילה, כרם מהר"ל, צירופה, מירב סנטר, גבע כרמל, עין כרמל, נווה ים, עין חוד. תלמי אלעזר. חדרה, נווה חיים, סזריה, אינדסטריאל זון, שדות ים, סיזריה, סזריה, מרין סנטר, אור עקיבא, ג'יסר א-זרקא. בנימינה, בית חנניה, בנימינה אורט סקול, רמת הנדיב, בת שלמה, עתלית, עין הוד, ניר עציון, מגדים, בית צבי, ניר עציון אינדסטריאל זון. דליית אל כרמל, ימין אורד יוס וילג', יערות הכרמל, גבעת וולפסון, בית אורן, דמון פריזן, החותרים, טירת כרמל, כפר גלים, חיפה, נווה שאנן ורמות כרמל, חיפה ווסט.
All stations, this is reindeer, break. Charlie, X, November, Papa, Kilo, Lima, stand by. Charlie, X, November, Papa, Kilo, Lima, stand by. Charlie, X, November, Papa, Kilo, Lima, stand by. Message followed.
Alarm. Nativ Hasara.
November, Papa, Kilo, Lima, Hector, Juliet, Whiskey, Charlie, Sierra, Hector, Kilo, Quebec, Whiskey, Sierra, Echo, Hotel, Echo, Romeo, This is Mayville with a 10 now. Paddington. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is Mayville with a 10 now. Hotel. Alpha. Lima. X-ray. Echo. Golf. Golf. 5. Oscar. Lima. Mike. Romeo. 3. November. November. 4. Mike. Yankee. Charlie. Oscar. I say again. Charlie. 6. 6. Papa. 2. India. Victor. X-ray. Tango. 6.
Alarm!
Kamoon.
Shezor, Rama. Beit Jan, Sajur, Carmiel Industrial Zone. Alarm! משגב עם. Alarm! Metula. Shlomi, Betzet, Liman, Neve Ziv, Avdon, ראש הנקרה, מנות, חניתה, כפר יאסיף, אבו סנן, בית העמק, אושרת, עמקה, כליל, שייח' דנון, שלומי, בצת, לימן,